Today I sense a quiet stillness from an academic institution that thrives on sounds and the pulsating beat of everyday life. I sense a subdued, celebratory mood that has replaced the lively and festive air every September as we celebrate the life and times of our beloved Bicol University. As I look back at the golden moments in last year's 50th founding anniversary, the carnival rides, the food booth, the open-air cultural night, the glitz and glamour of the entire celebration, I can't help but be nostalgic. But all the nostalgia cannot replace the feeling of pride I have right now for my Bicol University family. Because in spite of the present situation, we have been thrust in unexpectedly. We have managed to ride the waves of change that this COVID-19 pandemic has brought. With each other's constant help and support, we were able to pool our innate talents and resources to organize in such a short time a capability enhancement for flexible learning. Our respective colleges, units, and offices all came together to ensure that safety mechanisms were in place to guarantee that the usual process will not be hampered or limited. Adaptive measures were likewise instituted. Most of all, each of us rose to the challenge of this pandemic by responding to the needs of our students, faculty members, and frontliners who were caught off guard during the lockdown.
Full-time ngunyan and fabrication laboratory kan Bicol University College of Industrial Technology sa pagibo kan mga face shields para sa mga frontliners sa rehiyon.
Makakatama, sabi ko sa nila, this is the best time to help. So mumatay ako ng pinili because indeed, this is the best time to help.
Ngunya nasubuot ang panahon tanganing magtarabangan ng gad na maprotehiran ng mga frontliners sa Bicol, dawa nga ni day pang naitatalang positibong kaso ng COVID-19 sa rehiyon. Thea Omelan, ABS-CBN News.
Alumni, partner institutions, along with the skills and talents of our faculty and personnel, were able to fabricate face shields, disinfectant mats, and others that were given to our frontliners as immediate assistance. This resulted in enhanced and widespread COVID-19 assistance. We opened our doors to our medical frontliners and offered our grounds and dormitories, even in our external campuses. Food, donations, and other forms of assistance followed through the initiatives of various units, colleges, and alumni. we came through for our students who were stranded in the midst of the province-wide lockdown. The Bayanihan spirit was so much more felt and is infinitely alive in the hearts of every BUeño. We did not leave any student behind and ensured their safe return from their families. We are not indifferent to your plight, my dear students, because we care more than you would ever realize. Now, on our 51st founding anniversary, we call on the same communal spirit of sharing and service as we take on the celebratory cry of Pagandurog to our students and frontliners. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya. Reflecting the spirit of unity and oneness, we call on the entire Bicol University family to extend your help to share and serve as change agents for social transformation and development. As we give due honor to our frontliners, we are likewise keeping in mind the travails and despair, the joys and hopes, the cry and anguish of our students in keeping with the sudden change in learning and living. Your Bicol University cares, and it is not just mere lip service. We walk our talk as we are launching the social service program for Tabang sa Pag-adal. We may be in the midst of this pandemic storm, but we don't just sit and lick our wounds. We are, after all, a resilient people. We think of ways and means to help ourselves and to help others more. That is the Bicol University spirit infused in every BU scholar and in every faculty and personnel. And it is what we bring out best as we celebrate and look back at our moments and continue to look ahead and live our dreams for Bicol University. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya is the celebratory cry of the Bicol University family. Should we not celebrate? Perhaps not in the usual way we often look up to in terms of celebration, but the spirit of service and helping where we are most needed is always worthy of being celebrated. As one Bicol University family, let us continue living our dreams and helping others to live theirs and build more dreams together. Congratulations to all of us and happy 51st founding anniversary, dear Bicol University.
number 1, all participants will be muted in the entirety of the conference, except the moderator and the speaker or whoever is given the floor by the moderator. House Rule number 2, attendees may opt to turn off their videos. House Rule number 3, please observe proper chat etiquette. A. Only post questions or comments relevant to the topic. B. Avoid using capital letters and vulgar words. House Rule number 4, when listening to the research presentation, please keep your microphone in mute mode to avoid unnecessary sounds that may disturb the ongoing presentations. House Rule number 5, kindly send your questions, comments, suggestions via chat publicly, to everyone. Moderators and speakers will attend to your queries during the open forum. House Rule number 6, a certificate of participation will only be given to those, 1, who were able to register via Zoom and 2, will submit an evaluation form at the end of the conference. Wait for the moderator's instructions on how to claim your certificate. Thank you.
Give. The COVID-19 pandemic is a quintessential, adaptive, and transformative challenge, one for which there is no pre-configured playbook that can guide appropriate responses. Yet, this crisis may have an upside after all. Resilient as we are, we have found ways to adapt in keeping the spirit of excellence flowing. Here we are, exploring the advances that will strengthen our connection and collaboration with each other. We may even say that we have been closer now more than ever. We are globally united in unraveling novel initiatives in education, innovation, and community development amidst this present difficulty. It is my pleasure to welcome you all in the International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development 2021 with the theme Strengthening Connections and Collaborations Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic.
God of many names, we come today as people of privilege, grateful for this blessing and hopeful for our future. Come to us and be a vital presence in the work of all the community of faith. Be present in all of us as we work to strengthen the sense of your presence in our lives, and be with us as we try to discern the direction of your will, that we may aspire to some ultimate creative good. Be present in our lives as we work together to strengthen the values of life, kindness, peace, and justice. Move in us as we care for the world, that it may be a place for all to live and work in safety and peace. Come to our entire community of many faiths as a voice of conscience and caring. Come to us as we value and respect for our different faith, for the diversity of faith that is natural, and for the numerous ways by which we invoke your presence in our congregations and in our personal lives. All-powerful God, be our source of healing. Cast the light of health and well-being on those who have been exposed to coronavirus. Show your compassion for the humanity that is in turmoil and burdened with illness and with fear. Come to our aid as the coronavirus spreads globally. Heal those who are sick. Support and protect their families and friends from being infected. Give strength and encourage the COVID-19 pandemic frontliners. Sustain and inspire them to render their life-saving services with due care, love, and compassion. As we have gathered today for this conference, allow us to have meaningful discussions that will help us build each other up and glorify your name. Remind us, O God, that all that we do today and all that we accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of the humanity. Knowing that we are part of an interconnected web of life, let us acknowledge and embrace our oneness. Help each of our faith communities to fulfill its mission, to do its work more perfectly, to make the world and our city a better place to live for with your presence. Loving, ever-living, and compassionate God, hear our prayers. Whatever tomorrow may bring, we will praise your name. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, pelas na silanganan, anak ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisilip. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mabaga, may nilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Pag-islap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang mali magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng ating pagsinta mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pa may mga pilang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may wave in the reaction section. You may give a wave, or you may give a heart, or you may give a smiley, or you may give a clapping reaction to show your presence with everyone here today. You may also open your cameras and give everyone a virtual hello, a virtual wave. Hi, thank you. Hello, Ma'am Maria Trinidad Perez. Hello, Mr. Jose R. Paperes. Hello, Miss Abigail Abejero. Hello. Hello, Ma'am Cledena Canuto. Hi. For those who are not able to be with us here in the Zoom meeting platform, you can switch to Facebook live streaming. We are also live via Facebook. So hello to our Facebook viewers. And we are looking forward to this beautiful day ahead with us. The sun is up. We are having a beautiful and blessed weather. And it's a perfect day to learn and innovate for today. Let us get things started by listening to words of affirmation and welcome by Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas, Bicol University President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pam Garcia. Dr. Louis Amano, our Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension. Dr. Ami Doruzan, our Vice President for Academic Affairs. Dr. Becky Bercasio, the Director of the BU Center for Teaching Excellence. Esteemed world-class plenary speakers and experts, paper presenters, dear participants from various parts of the world, guests, good morning. Friends, the need to create a semblance of normalcy amidst the uncertainties of our times is crucial. As much as we have seemingly seamlessly adapted to what is now known as the new normal, we need to strengthen our resolve that we can still go back to the pre-pandemic days while adapting the essential things and processes that we have learned from this new normal. One of the essentials of this new normal is the idea of making and strengthening our connections and collaborations. This international conference on education, innovations, and community development is indeed a reflection of collaborations and connections that we need to maintain amidst this pandemic. Thanks to the wonders of technology in this virtual setting, this conference brings together experts from across the globe with innovations and insights on education and community development. To the participants, you are highly favored to be in the company of such world-class resource persons. To our resource persons and guests, your insights and expert opinions are very much welcome and appreciated, most especially by the Bicol University community. My commendations to the organizers of this relevant conference, the Center for Teaching Excellence, headed by Dr. Becky Bercasio, and the persons behind this laudable event. May this two-day activity strengthen our connections and collaborations as we continue to thrive amidst this pandemic. Thank you, and a pleasant day to all.
Thank you so much, Sir Nolly, for your words of welcome and for your words of aspiration to us. Indeed, this is a reflection of our resilience and our strength and unity. Though we are apart together, we are still able to be stronger together, establishing connection and collaboration. At this point, our Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, Dr. Luis O. Amano, shall present the participants to this international.
you very much, Pam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed for joining us in this 3-day virtual 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Community Development. Spearheaded by the Center for Teaching Excellence in cooperation with Extension Management Division under the Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension. To make this truly an international one, we've invited 9 distinguished world-class plenary speakers from 4 countries and also from the Philippines. 3 from Greece, 1 from Brazil, 2 from India, 1 from China, and 2 from the Philippines, who will share their knowledge on the recent and relevant information on topics related to strengthening connections and collaborations amidst pandemic. There are 52 papers to be presented by researchers, teachers, and students on the recent results on education and allied disciplines on community development in 8 sessions. As of 8 a.m. this morning, we have 3,117 registered listeners, viewers, coming from the different regions of the Philippines as well as some other parts of the world, who may join us via Zoom and FB live streaming either at the time of the conference or on demand. 37 of which are high school teachers, 25% are elementary and early childhood teachers, 10% are school managers, 9% are college and graduate school faculty members, 7% are college students, 6% are graduate students, 3% come from foreign countries, and we hope that this webinar would be an avenue for us in making meaningful connections with other educators, academicians, researchers in terms of recent practices and relevant information on education, innovation, and community development. This is also an opportune time for us to make possible collaboration with co-participants and invited resource speakers to explore the gaps, limitations, and opportunities for future research undertaking. Thank you very much and enjoy this 3-day activity.
We appreciate everyone's online presence. You being here has immense weight to the success of this learning engagement. Let me just give a shout out to our different participants from all over the world. We have participants from countries like India. We have participants from Greece. We have participants also from different other Asian countries. Also, we appreciate everyone's presence here locally in our country. We have participants from Luzon, Pampanga, Isabela. We have participants from Manila. We have participants from Calabarzon. We also from Bicol region, mga Oragon. Maraming salamat at nandito kayong lahat. We also have participants from Mindanao, all the way from Sarangani province, we have participants from Visayas, and that is a manifestation, that is a proof of how dedicated we are in the development of our craft as innovators, as educators, and as community developers. Let me just read some comments, some shout outs from different people here with us. We have good morning, Ma'am Sheila Maglente from SDO Masbate Province. We also would like to greet Ma'am, everyone, good morning. We also have from Isabela Province, Ma'am Janet Haduka, very privileged and highly humbled to be part of this webinar. Thank you for accommodating me from Santiago City National High School, Santiago City, Isabela Province. Who would have thought that we will be able to reach this large, this wide of an audience? Hello po, good morning. We also have from San Jacinto, Pangasinan, Maria Trinidad, Ma'am Maria Trinidad. We also have from Rojas Oriental Mindoro. That's far. Hello po. Magandang umaga. We have from Cavite. Hello po. Watching from Metro Manila. Hello po. Magandang umaga. Good morning. We also have our participants from Facebook streaming, and we have from another participant from Bukidnon. That's also far. Also, shout out po from Tarlac. Hello po sa inyo. To give us an overview about the mechanics of this conference, I now give the virtual floor to Dr. Rebecca Rosario E. Bercasio, Director of the Center for Teaching Excellence, Bicol University.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Allow me to present to you the overview of this conference called International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development. This conference serves as an avenue for academic discourse on education, innovations, and community development. It also serves as a window by which the country and the world can see the institutional ethos of the Bicol University and the thoughts and experiences of academicians from different parts of the world. For the goals and objectives of this conference aims to provide the participants with principled understanding of topics related to the theme strengthening connections and collaborations amidst the pandemic. At the end of this virtual conference, the participants are expected to gain recent and relevant information on topics related to the theme, become familiar with the recent research results on education and allied disciplines and community development, make meaningful connections with other educators, academicians, or researchers in terms of recent practices and research on education, innovations, and community development, and gain opportunities for possible collaboration with co-participants and invited resource persons to explore gaps, limitations, or opportunities for future research undertakings. To ensure that we are going to have orderly activities for the next 3 days, each plenary talk that is featured will be followed by an open forum. Then there are paper presentations which are research-based. These paper presentations are grouped under the following strands. Session 1, Pedagogy and Pandemic. Session 2, Curriculum and Innovation. Session 3, Educational Policy and Management. Session 4, Teacher and the Teaching Profession. Session 5, Community Initiatives and Development. Session 6, Student Research. Session 7, Teaching and Learning. And last, Session 8, another strand for student research. For the mechanics, further on, after each session for research paper presentation, there is also an open forum. Questions and comments may be raised by speaking in the Zoom room after being given the floor by the moderators, or by typing them in the Zoom chat box, or by posting them in the comment section in the Facebook live streaming. The technical staff will randomly select from the posted questions and/or comments in the FB live streaming. On the third day of the conference, there will be a brief closing program. The participants will receive their e-certificates after registering in the daily attendance form and submitting evaluation at the end of the conference. So there you go, friends, the overview of the conference and the mechanics for the activity. I wish you all an engaging day today and 2 more days for next day and on Saturday. Once again, good morning, welcome to this conference, and thank you for your active participation.
Thank you so much po. Thank you so much, Ma'am Becky, for orienting us on what to expect for today's webinar until day 3, which is Saturday. And just this advance, we would like to thank you for dedicating your time, especially this coming Saturday. Knowing that this is part of the weekend and you are still committed to dedicating your time in this service and in the name of academic excellence. Let me first introduce myself to you, everyone. I am Miss Pamela G. Garcia, Teacher 3 of Ligao National High School from Department of Education, Ligao City Division from Bicol Region, Philippines. I am also a graduate student of Bicol University taking Masters of Arts in Education in English Education, and I am also a proud student research affiliate of the Center for Teaching Excellence. Dear participants, what are you looking forward to this day? Kindly comment your brief expectation in our chat box and comment section for those in Facebook live streaming. We are eager to know. Kindly type your responses and we will try to read some of them. What are you looking forward to in this 3-day international conference activity? What questions are you having in your mind that you want to have clarification to when it comes to educations, innovations, and community development? Come on, everyone, try to type your responses and we will try to engage you by setting our expectations to what we will look forward to this 3 days. We have from Maguindanao, Cotabato City. Hello po, good morning. Also, for those who are still in the waiting room of our Zoom meeting, may we please request you to switch to Facebook live streaming. There we will be able to cater a lot more audience. We will be able to cater more participants. Even though you will be switching platforms, the quality of education and the quality of learnings from today will still be as much, okay? We have one expectation here. This international conference is the biggest birthday gift that I received this year. Today is actually my birthday. Happy birthday po, Sir Gerald.
Happy birthday to you as well.
This is a good way to celebrate your birthday by giving yourself an academic gift. Ayan po. Efforts to other countries on community development, especially this pandemic from UPLB Bidani. That's a good expectation po. Also, in this 3-day seminar from Ivy, I am expecting that I can learn too much. Wow, too much to the extent that your cups will be filled with new knowledge, new realizations, and reflection. From Ma'am Jennifer Ariscon, I want to benchmark from others in terms of innovations in education. Ma'am, that's one of our purpose for today. We want to establish connections and collaborations. Also, we want from Ma'am Genevieve Conde, we are looking forward to learning the close link between innovating and in education. Yes, ma'am. Most of our participants are also looking forward to for that. We have from Ma'am Fredeline or Sir. My apologies if I will be addressing you in based from what I perceive your gender to be based from your name. I hope you wouldn't mind. From Fredeline Pontemayor, collaboration or partnerships and research and extensions from universities, both Philippines and abroad. That's collaboration and connection. Thank you so much po. We also have one expectation here. I will expect to be empowered with some recent innovations and learning tools and research suited at this time of pandemic. That's the key word. We will be empowered at the end of this 3-day international conference. Wow, you have a lot of expectations, and you have a lot of things that you are looking forward to for this day. So I guess we have to start and we have to get things going. Should you agree with me? If you agree with me, kindly give me a thumbs up or give me a heart reaction so that we can get things started. Okay? There, we now have hearts here. We have heart reactions and we have like reactions. Our speaker for our first plenary talk all the way from Greece is here with us. Okay? Even in today's society, in the new normal, some classrooms seem to be focusing on the differences and difficulties involved in multicultural education, rather than embracing these differences as enriching, desirable, inevitable, natural, and positive forces. We must not only acknowledge the more obvious diversity issues, such as color and physical disability, but also to be aware of the cultural diversity of students and families. We shall learn more about connecting with learners in a multicultural setting. Allow me to introduce our speaker for this plenary talk. Dimitris Venetis is a freelance EFL teacher and private tutor. He holds a BA in English Language and Literature from NKUA. He has been preparing candidates for Cambridge and Michigan language examinations and teaching ESP in private educational institutions for more than 32 years. He has taught in many countries, both in Asia and Europe, and still collaborates with schools and colleges around the globe. During the last years, after leaving Beijing, he has been teaching either lively or distant, thus keeping his unique skill of connecting multicultural contexts. Dimitris has also worked in the fashion and advertising industry and in the banking system with a great success. Dimitris speaks English, Greek, Italian, and Chinese Mandarin. He has participated in lots of international and multinational workshops, seminars, and conferences locally and abroad. Dimitris' favorite topics concern multicultural education, global citizenship, life skills, ICT, diversity, traveling, modeling, fashion, marketing, music, collections, cinematography, sports, and interior design. Kalimera Kyrie, all the way from the north of Greece, Sir Demetris Venetis.
Kalimera, kalimera.
Kalimera, sir.
So, good morning, everyone. From Greece, the land of the gods. I would like to tell you that indeed, I am very happy being here with you today. And I would like also to say that if it was not the pandemic period, I would love a lot to be there teaching in Philippines. Well, my name is, as you said, Dimitris Venetis, and I am an EFL, ESL, private, and also distant learning tutor. And indeed, I'm very proud being invited here with you today. So, if you are ready, I think it would be nice to start my presentation, if you don't mind. Okay.
We don't mind at all, sir. You can start away.
Okay. Hello. I'm Mr. Dimitris Venetis, and I am an EFL, ESL, private, and also distant learning tutor. Nice meeting you all. And of course, I have to say, greetings from beautiful Greece, the land of the gods. I'm very glad being here with you today because I didn't have the chance in the past to come to Philippines to teach in a real time. So I'm glad, as I said previously, because I'm here with you today in a virtual reality world, but it also counts. Well, I have a wishful thinking. I hope that one day, when the pandemic is over, to have the chance, indeed, to come and teach in Philippines, alive and kicking. That is a joke. No, it's okay. I really want to do that. You are amazing people down there. Well, if you are ready, let's begin with my presentation. So, our today's topic for discussion is connecting with learners in a multicultural context. Let's see. So, we have keywords concerning this topic. We have multicultural contexts, as you already know. Very important. And it goes along well with teaching. We cannot expect to have a good learning without having a good teaching as well. Then, my friends, we have the innovative approaches. As you can understand, is very vital as well. Needless to say that we need life skills. I will explain to you what does it mean later. Do not worry. And of course, something which is also very vital and very important are the global life skills. Now, let's move on. So, as you can see, we are talking for the connection between tutors and students. And of course, we are talking for professional and also personal development. As you can see, in this picture of mine, I mean, this picture was taken in Senso-ji Temple in Japan, and all of these are ex-students of mine. Amazing. So, in which ways can we teach, let's say, a multicultural context? Let me tell you, let me enlighten you. We need, first of all, connecting tools, also not only for tutors, but for the learners as well. And what are these tools? To begin with, we need a lingua franca, or as we used to say, a common language for communication, a communicative code. And at this time, this common language is the English language. Now, the second tool is to try to develop multicultural competencies, which is also very important. In addition, we need cultural respect. So, what does it mean? It means that since we are living upon this world, and we are talking for a globalized world, we need to have respect, to respect one each other. And when we are talking about cultural respect, we need to respect everyone because of his differentiality. you can imagine easily that I speak, let's say, Greek, because I'm Greek. My religion is Christian Orthodox. I eat probably different type of food than any other people around the world. So when I expect from the others to respect and accept this differentiality, I will do exactly the same. Trust me, that is for sure. Let's move on. We have also, and we need the interconnection of different cultures. I will talk more about that in a few minutes, but you have to take into very serious consideration that interconnection is probably the most important thing when you are trying to teach in a multicultural context. And here it comes. We have the cultural melting pot teaching practices. What is this? I will tell you. It's like having a big pot, okay? And you are trying to put inside so many different materials and elements so as to create, let's say, a tasteful soup. As you can see on the left side of my picture, that picture is being taken somewhere around Tokyo Corners, and it shows a vending machine. As you can all see clearly, into this vending machine, there are several different bottles, different shapes and colors, and different brands. Imagine that this is how the melting pot works. There are so many different, let's say, cultures from different Orients, and us, the tutors, who are teaching multicultural contexts, we have to mix them together and to create a natural and very comfortable environment, not only for us, but also for our students, for our classes. If you have any further questions concerning my presentation, I will give you plenty of time at the end of my topic. So please do not worry. Okay, I will be here and I'm all yours. Okay, so let's move on. So now, what are the life skills? Because we are talking that when we are teaching a multicultural context, we need to teach them life skills. So, life skills are the abilities for adaptive, a positive behavior that is doing what? That enables individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life, according, of course, to UNICEF 2001. Life skills are very essential if being taught, because without life skills, no one can cope well, can cope together very well with others. So, in order to do that, we need 4 pillars. We have 4, let's say, cornerstones concerning the skills, according to my opinion. First of all, we have learning to learn, which means, in other words, developing reasoning. If you really want to learn, I'm absolutely sure that you will learn. Then we have the second pillar, which is learning to be. In other words, coping skills. Moreover, we have the learning to live together, which means the refusal or acceptance of the diversity. Let me say something about that. As I said previously, we are living all together in a globalized world. So, if we want really to cope well with everyone, and to be more specific, if we really want to create very useful citizens, future citizens upon this world, we need to do one very important thing. What is this? To accept diversity. Without accepting diversity or the otherness of the others, it would be very difficult to teach in a multicultural environment. And last but not least, we have the fourth pillar, which is learning to do. What does it mean? In other words, functioning. We have to learn to become functionable. So, let's move on a little bit further. So, what are the life skills teaching approaches? According to my humble opinion, life skills teaching approaches are doing something very special. What is this? They strengthen the ability of an individual to evolve and to develop self-confidence and, of course, the power to act. Because without a person or a character, if you like, having self-confidence, it would be very difficult for him or for her to have this power to act reasonably, to express, let's say, his or her feelings, to cope well in the normal life, in everyday life, as you like, to study, to teach, to live, to eat, to enjoy life. Well, let's move on. So, as I previously said, we discuss a little bit about life skills. Now, someone is going to ask, okay, what about global life skills? Let me tell you, my friends, that global life skills are psychosocial competencies and, of course, interpersonal skills which are doing what? They help people solve problems, think critically and creatively, communicate effectively, and of course, build relationships and empathize with others. Global life skills. So, now, what are or how can we connecting skills according to Baldo and Furness, 1998? Okay, according to them, we need to be communicative. We need communication. As a matter of fact, even at this spot of time, we, all of us, we are trying to communicate. Okay, maybe in virtual reality, but we are doing that. So can you imagine when you are in a real world, in real life, how important is the skill of communication? I'm sure that all of you will agree. Then we have the interpersonal skills, something which is very important and you know it. Moreover, we need creative thinking. What does it mean? According to my opinion, not only a tutor, but also an individual student needs to be creative and to have creative thinking. That means that we don't have to go all the time by the book, but we have to think creatively and, of course, out of the box. Then, which is also very important, is the decision making. When we have to act accordingly, we will have the chance to decide something which is good, not only for us, but also for our multicultural contexts. And of course, this decision is going to be made in collaboration with our classes. In addition, as I previously said, we are having the critical thinking. Critical thinking, as you already know, for sure, can be taught. So if the teacher is going to teach his students how to think critically, we are talking for an innovation. That's an asset. Then we have the self-awareness building skills, very vital. Moreover, we talk about empathy. As I said, accepting the other's otherness, it's very important, if not the most important asset of all. Because, my friends, without being able to accept this diversity, we cannot create a comfortable environment while we are teaching. Not for us, and of course, not for our multicultural students. Last but not least, we have the emotional intelligence, which is also a great asset when you are teaching a multicultural context. Let's move on. So, more global life skills. Collaboration. Can you imagine being in a multicultural class and I don't know the reason why, but let's say for an example that you cannot collaborate perfectly with your students. That's a disaster. Then we are talking about negotiation. It's a great asset, as you can understand, my friends, because when you are able to negotiate, you can make your job, you can teach your class smoothly. Everything runs down like a river. Mediation, of course, if it's necessary. Of course, we have, let's say, the dealing under pressure, which is very important, especially for us, for the tutors. We need to know as well for the awareness of risk. If you are willing to take a risk, maybe sometimes is good, maybe sometimes is bad, but you have to have that sense of the awareness of taking a risk. Needless to say, we have the preparation for living together because, as I said previously several times, we are living upon this world, and all of us, I'm absolutely sure, we like to live in peace, tranquility, and harmony, so as to do what? To become more fertile, more prosperous, and more fruitful. And of course, we have the coping with stress skills, which is also very important. It goes well with the collaboration, the negotiation, and mediation as well. So, let's move on to another slide. And we have some more global life skills. Okay, what are these? What are they? We have creativity. As I said, the tutor who is trying to teach a multicultural context need to be creative, evasive, if you like. He or she has to think out of the box and to be innovative all the time so as his or her classes to want him as a tutor, to expect from him or from her to pick up, to receive the best knowledge ever. Then we need aspiration. We need to be aspired. And of course, we want from our multicultural context to be aspired as well. So we can share this aspiration with our multicultural classes, and I'm absolutely sure that is going to work well for both parties, for us, the tutors, and for our students as well. Then we have the information management, which is very critical and important as well. We have the adaptability, ladies and gentlemen, because if you are able to adapt into an environment, then probably you are going to create all these comfortable, let's say, situations, so as for us, the tutors, the teaching to go smoothly, to run very well, and also for our beloved students to receive the best knowledge ever. Then we have the leadership. And I'm not talking only for the leadership of a tutor in a multicultural context. I strongly believe and recommend to live, let's say, one individual student to become the leader of a small party or even the leader of the whole multicultural class, in order to give them, I'm sorry, as I said previously, aspiration, to let them become motivated, to show them other ways of critical thinking and coping well with other environments. Indeed, we have also the self-management, which is a very vital asset. And never forget the multidimensional well-being. If you are well, and if your class is well as well, then everything goes well. So, let's move on to another slide. Aha! As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have more global life skills, which are the following. We have, let's say, exploring alternatives. As I said previously, we have to think and act as well, not only by the book, but of course, we have to think out of the box. If you are able to do something like that, you don't have to worry. Everything, according to my opinion, is going to run smoothly. And I'm talking about your lessons, your classes. Of course, we need to balance pros and cons. Sometimes we need to compare and contrast. Sometimes we need to know very well similarities and differences between, a multicultural context. It happens all the time. Needless to say, one more time, we have to accept the diversity. We have to accept the otherness of the others. It wouldn't be possible for everyone who wants or who likes to try to teach a multicultural context without accepting the diversity of the others. This is, according to me, the most important asset concerning teaching in a multicultural environment. Of course, the mutuality. Can you imagine being into a class and not to have a mutual understanding? It would be a disaster, something that we really don't want to happen. Last but not least, we have the ICT. I love ICT. Imagine that during all this time of the pandemic, without the internet access and the computers, we wouldn't be able to reach our goals, to do our job properly, to teach very well. Even nowadays, even now at this time, we are using ICT in order to communicate, in order to share knowledge, to share our thoughts. I strongly believe that ICT is one very important element and is here to stay. Regardless if we are going to go to, to return to a natural life after the pandemic is over, ICT is here as a very helping and very important tool. Never forget that. So let's move on. So now, what is a multicultural tutor? So a multicultural tutor is a global life coach. Let me explain that to you. Imagine that your multicultural context, your multicultural class is like a team, and you are their coach. So you are trying to teach them globally, in a very global and harmonious way. So the multicultural tutor has to be multiculturally competent to succeed. And of course, never forget that there is a dual connection between himself or herself and the learners, his or her students, and of course, among learners themselves, which is very important. Let's continue. So, what are the connections between a global life coach or a multicultural, let's say, tutor, a global tutor, with his or her learners? Let's say we have this, what I'm calling learning from difference, which is, of course, the Australian approach. I don't know if you know that so far, but in Australia, in all grades of classes, from the primary school up to college and university, the Australian students, they love to learn from the difference of the others, from the otherness of the others. And why? Because they strongly believe that by doing so, they will be able to become much better citizens. And they strongly believe as well that in the future, in the years to come, they will be able to cooperate well in all the environments, in all the surroundings, concerning their everyday life, even their studying or their work. Then we have the raise students' awareness. The raise students' awareness on issues such as diversity, gender equality. I will stop here for a few minutes. Gender equality. Imagine that in a multicultural context, there are, let's say, male and female students. Okay, so because they are from different parts of the world and they have different mentality, they belong to different cultures. If you are going to have, let's say, a Muslim female student, you have to treat her with respect, because probably she's going to wear the traditional burqa. And the only thing that you can see is just her eyes. Concerning that eyes are the soul of a human being, you don't need anything else. She's talking with her own eyes. So you have to treat her with respect, and of course, the rest of the multicultural students. Moreover, we have the living together, which is also very important, as I said previously. And needless to say, one more time, the mutual cultural respect. Without this mutual cultural respect, we will not be able, as I said previously, to cope well with a multicultural context. So we have to be tolerant. Yes, my friends? We need tolerance into a multicultural environment, into a multicultural class. Of course, we have the integrative teaching approaches, which is also a great asset, and democratic procedures, ladies and gentlemen, and my friends. For example, Socratic walks. So I would like to say a few things about Socratic walks. The famous ancient Greek philosopher Socrates, he was doing exactly that. He was taking his students outside for a long stroll, let's say within nature, and he was trying to make them communicate together. He was trying to blend them. And according to Socrates and the Socratic famous walks, we need, as Socrates did to his students, to become open-minded. Without being open-minded, how can we accept the otherness of the others? Moreover, we need to have open discussions. Not only us, the tutors, with our multicultural context, but also we have to persuade our multicultural students to discuss among themselves. And of course, to create very crucial dialogues. So, how can create, let's say, this melting pot I said previously? Well, my friends, according to my opinion, my cultural melting pot practices includes the following. But before starting, have a look on the picture on the right side. It shows a melting pot who rides upon America, and around there are several tins and jars, let's say with different names of different nations, European, Latin, Asian, and so on. So my melting pot practices includes the following: dynamic teaching, very important. Group working, we have to persuade and to manipulate in a way our students to work together as teams. We need brainstorming. Yeah, we have to download ideas, sometimes in very few minutes. Why not to act with role playing and to give and split the roles to our multicultural students as well? Needless to say that we need experiential learning. When someone is learning from the experience, from his own experience, is much better than every teaching around the world. Because we can teach someone so as to learn something, but if he's going or if he's willing to act and to give an effort and to try to find much more information, we call that experience. As I previously said, my friends, we can play games concerning our topic for discussion in the multicultural class, and so on. And never forget, we need debating. We need to put our students into teams or as a whole, and to teach them to debate, to say and share their thoughts freely in order to give and take knowledge, also to compare and contrast, also to see the good parts and the bad parts of coping with an environment in a multicultural context. So now, how, let's say, democratic skills can be taught? According to my opinion, democracy is taught. So democracy itself, it's a global life skill, my friends. Now, what are the democratic skills which are, according to my opinion, the global life skills as well? So democratic skills are the abilities for adaptive and positive behavior, which is doing what? That enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. So we are talking for global life skills, democratic life skills. In addition, democracies and democratic countries need active, informed, and responsible citizens as well, who are going to contribute to political, human, global processes, and other such stuff. Let's move on. So, what is the connection between the future global citizens? Is the following. There is, of course, an interconnection, which is almost identical around the world. So the global future citizens must be aware of their rights, which is very vital. If you don't know, if you are a student and you don't know your rights, then probably you are not be able in your life to act in a democratic way. You will not be able, let's say, to raise your hands and ask a question, such things. Moreover, the future global citizens must be informed about social and political issues, because citizens who are not being informed about social and political issues, according to my humble opinion, are empty vessels, nothing more. In addition, must be concerned, as I said many times previously, about the otherness of the others. They must delve in deeper upon the problems of their neighbors, so as to have, let's say, a fruitful and prosperous life. Moreover, they must be active both in their communities and globally as well. In addition, they must be able to articulate their own opinions and to be argumentative. Last but not least, must be prepared for life challenges. Life has so many challenges, so they must be well prepared. So, let's move on a little further. Now, let's say, what are the connections between connecting with cultures and, of course, pluralism? What is the connection between them? The education, the multiculturalism, and the pluralism as well. So, to begin with, connecting with cultures is an educational need for what? Of current societies, for both tutors and learners. It's like to have food on your plate, especially when we are talking for us, for the tutors, but for the students as well. So we need to be connecting with all the different cultures. Secondly, we are talking for the multicultural pedagogy, which is, of course, a great asset and a very good perspective. In what? In handling the reality of the pluralistic societies. Without multicultural pedagogy, it would be very difficult for us, the tutors, to cope well with our multicultural students, but also the students among themselves. In addition, cultural diversity in society goes along with plurality of cultural elements, according to Murphy-Shigematsu, 2003. And last but not least, and also very important, we need the key. Respecting oneself and the other individuals may be the key for success. So, life skills, if taught, are essential for healthy multicultural classes. I'm sure that you already, all of you, understand what I'm talking about. So, in this slide of mine, on the left, this picture was taken somewhere around Edinburgh. We can see traditional Scottish dances. And the picture on the right, this picture was taken somewhere in Mongolia, and it concerns a dam opening ceremony. So, in other words, the development, my friends, of life skills helps multicultural students to find new ways of thinking, and of course, problem solving. They will be able to take full responsibilities and build confidence for group collaboration. Never forget that. In addition, and of course, my friends and colleagues, cutting this issue short, I mean, cutting a long story short, I have to say to all of you that global education is the education that opens people's eyes and minds as well to the realities of the globalized world, according to Maastricht Declaration 2002. And of course, to make this story shorter, never forget, my friends and colleagues, that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all, according to the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, 384 up to 322 BC. So, closing, I mean, to sum up my presentation, my friends and colleagues, I would like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for letting me being here with you today. It was an amazing experience indeed. Needless to say that at the bottom of my slide, there is my email contact address. So all of you, please feel free and do not hesitate to contact me at your earliest convenience for any further questions that might need answers. I think I'm done. So I would like to thank you one more time. And I would like to wish to all of you to have a prosperous life and a very fruitful day. God bless you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your about multicultural education and how we can establish this to our learners, especially in this time of global pandemic. Please be well and please be safe there, sir, in Greece, in northern Greece, where you are now. Some comments of expression and expression of their appreciation and gratitude for your talk. I have here from Ma'am Vigilia Armendi. I am enlightened, happy watching and listening to the content of the talk of Sir Venetis. Also, we have from Ma'am Jeveline Vargas. Very knowledgeable speaker. I am live streaming. We are all saying your thanks to you, sir. At this point, we are all enlightened, and I personally was able to get from his talk, from Sir Venetis' talk, about the importance of empathy. Above everything else, we need to empathize with our learners. We need to understand that we need to accept we need to accept others' otherness so that we can become global life coaches. Isn't that right, dear Sir Venetis, and of course to our participants? At this point, everyone, we will be having a short open forum about your concerns, and if you have some questions to Sir Dimitris, this is your time to share and ask your questions. You may use the chat box, or you may also use the comment section in our Facebook live streaming. We hope, sir, that you will be able to be here in the Philippines sometime soon. We want you to see the beauty of Philippines, its scenic beauty, and we want you to experience how hospitable we are when it comes to our guests. We treat them like family.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm absolutely sure that your country, the Philippines, is like a diamond that has been sent into this world.
Very insightful discussion we have here from Mark Zaldicamba. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Yes, sir. I hope that you can be, I hope that sometime soon, once all this health crisis is over, you will be paying a visit to the Philippines. Thank you so much, sir, for a very informative and timely topic from Jinky Concepcion. There's a question here, sir.
Yep.
This is from Maria Bernadette Bongais from our Facebook live stream. How to address the multicultural challenges on online classroom? This is indeed quite timely, sir, because we are shifting to an online setup. So how do we address multicultural challenges?
Okay, let me explain to our friend that when we are going to address a multicultural context, we have to be only one thing. We have to be ourselves. we have to think by heart, and we don't have to pretend that we are something else. We have to respect them, and we have to the ability, I believe, and try to delve in deeper into their problems, how they are going to communicate and to share, let's say, their thoughts and receive the knowledge that we are going to give them as well. This is my opinion, how we are going to do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Let me just read the comment of sir from our plenary speaker, Sir Venetti. He wants to say that same approaches, either online or live. Because after all, you are the teacher. You are in charge of the class. It is you who will anchor the ship towards multicultural learning. Isn't that right, sir?
Exactly. You speak the truth.
Thank you so much, sir. We also have here another comment. Multicultural education is a key to be globally connected. This is a comment from Diosa Magdasok from Facebook Live. Oh, I'm sorry, Sir Fontini, Ma'am Fatini. I would like to retract the way I addressed you a while ago, ma'am. I hope you wouldn't mind about that. Thank you so much, po. There, we also have here a hashtag respecting oneself and other individuals may be the key to success. Thank you, Sir Dimitris. This is from Ma'am Marla May Laguna. This is one of her comments. Okay, I'm trying to scroll down here to see comments. They are giving their thanks to you, sir. Very informative and educational. Actually, Sir Dimitri's concepts is not new to us. It's just that we are not giving that much weight to it. And it's only just now that we see that the simplest of things can ripple to the biggest of consequences, to the biggest of challenges.
Exactly.
Isn't that? Yes, sir. And through his plenary talk, we were able to bridge that, and we were able to see that we can be global life coaches in our very own ways if we only become true to ourselves.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir. I am trying to give their talk. This is another comment from Janet Haduka. Thank you, sir. Your talk opens my mind into the global scenario of virtual classroom setups.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If someone really wants to enhance this global scenario of virtual classrooms and the setups, I think it's very easy. I said that previously. He or she has to think absolutely out of the box. He has to find the way, even if he or she has to go through the window, if you know what I mean. You have to be innovative and creative as well. That's the key.
That's right. Everyone, can we give our appreciation to Sir Dimitri by giving him a like reaction, a comment reaction, a wow reaction in the chat box to show how much we have been enlightened with his talk? Okay, you can also give a clapping reaction to Sir Dimitris. There, sir. They are saying wow. They are saying thanks a lot, sir. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Please be well and keep safe here po, sir, in Greece. Indeed, sir, you have given us a new mindset. You have given us this, you have opened our worldview that we need to touch not only the cognitive and technical knowledge and skills of the students, but more than that, it was more of a life skill challenge. That's our challenge to us, sir.
And something last, I would like to say to all of you out there who are tutors and are teaching human beings that teaching is an act of love. Never forget that.
Yes po, sir. Sir, before we end this plenary talk and this open forum, there's just one question that it's actually quite interesting. This is from Cleofa May Pacaldo. Hello, sir. I just want to clarify, how democratic should democracy be in a multicultural class? Or what is the limit to this?
Okay, let me say to our friend that in democratic societies, according to my opinion, there are no limits. The only limit is the sky.
There you have it, an answer to that question. There is no limit to democracy. Okay, the sky is the limit. No matter how you can go as freely as you want to be, as long as there is still respect with each other. Okay.
Exactly. That was what I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir. There's one thing here, sir. Also focus on psychomotor skills aside from cognitive. And I think that's what sir is trying to say. Yes po, sir. That is, according to Dr. Rebecca Bercasio, what sir said, that the sky is the limit when it comes to democracy, is actually the Greek concept of democracy.
Exactly. This is the Greek concept of democracy, that democracy has no limits. Only limit is the sky. What is above the sky, we don't know, and maybe probably we are not going to learn. But there is no limit. Trust me.
And to add to this, according to Ma'am Vinetti, democracy comes from root words demos, that means population, and krato, to govern, and that says it all.
Yes, exactly. Of course.
Mm-hmm. Sir, as what we have said, thank you for being here with us today in the Philippines. We say thank you as salamat. We would like to say salamat for being here with us. Please be well. And I hope I am saying this right. Efkaristo ka isa karitiria.
Parakalo pole. Yes, your Greek are excellent.
Yes, sir, but I don't understand what you said as a reply to me, because I only mastered how to say thank you and congratulations.
Yes, I was trying to tell you that you are welcome, but I said it in my mother tongue, Greek language.
Yes po, sir. Thank you so much. At this point, everyone, our virtual audience, I would like to read this certificate of commendation for Sir Dimitri's invaluable presence with us this morning. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, through the Center for Teaching Excellence, Extension Management Division, and Office of the Vice President for Research Development and Extension, Legazpi City, Certificate of Commendation is awarded to Mr. Dimitris Venetis from Athens, Greece. In recognition of his noteworthy participation as plenary speaker on the topic Connecting with Learners in a Multicultural Setting during the 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development, held on October 28 to 30, 2021 via Zoom and Facebook live streaming. Signed, Arnulfo Mascareñas, SUC President 4. Let's give a virtual clap. Let's give a virtual round of applause to Sir Dimitris. Thank you so much, sir. Let me give you a heart. Let us give a virtual comment there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
Yes, sir. we now go to the presentations of the different researches. As reported by World Bank, before we go there, let's have a photo opportunity. Sir, are you still there with us?
Yes,
Sir
of course.
Dimitris? Yes. Everyone in the Zoom meeting, can you please open your cameras? And let's have a photo opportunity with Sir Dimitris. We will be having a photo screenshot, and then you can put it on your My Days, and you can keep it as a souvenir that once in a while we were able to have Sir Dimitris with us. Okay, are your cameras open? I hope it is. Okay.
please.
Okay, go on. Sir.
We have 12 plates. So please hold your smiles as we capture each smiles of you. Okay, first slides. Show your smiles. Okay, next slide. Third slide. Okay, fourth slide. Next slide. Okay. This is the last slide. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for allowing us to have this photo opportunity with our plenary speaker. Thank you so much. Sir, what time is it there in Greece at the moment?
Let me tell you, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning is the time that Dracula comes out.
Okay, thank you, sir. We really appreciate it. You took the time to be with us. In the Philippines, it's around 10:55 in the morning, and it's quite already late. That's already late in the morning, and we are already up and about much.
Thank you very much for everything. God bless you all.
Okay, I think it's time to the next part of our conference. Hope that we see you personally very soon.
I hope so, and I want that very much.
Yes, po, sir. We are looking forward to that. We want to show you the beauty of Mayon volcano here in our region.
Yes, of course.
Everyone, again, the link for those who had problems with accessing the attendance link a while ago. And for those who cannot access, they may try to refresh browsers, but the link is perfectly working. Okay, a while ago during the presentation, during the talk of Sir Dimitris, there were some concerns about the attendance link, but please be assured that the links are working and there is no problem with it, okay? Yep. The link has already been posted in the attendance. Okay, I hope that you are already all set. How was the first plenary talk, everyone? I hope that you are still there with me. If you are, give a thumbs up. You may first fix yourselves as we prepare for the next plenary, for the next session for this morning. Yes, indeed, Ma'am Charlene, it was very informative, and we will still be given with much input as we witness the different research presentations. Okay, give me a thumbs up if you will go there now. If you will proceed, give me a thumbs up. If you go, give us an okay. Okay.
Ella.
Hello everyone, this is Abhishek Pandey, Assistant Professor at Directorate of Online Education, Manipal University, Jaipur in India. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this international conference, ICEIC 2021, for giving me this opportunity to present my insight on title, Online Distance Education in view of India's new Education Policy 2020. Abstract, National Education Policy 2020 in India launched on 29th of July 2020 last year. This policy came into existence after 34 years. This policy focuses on 5 pillars: affordability, accessibility, quality, equity, and accountability. With the imposition of lockdown due to spread of coronavirus across the country since March 2020, attending online classes has become new normal and have taken the center stage of student life now. This new normal is a transformed concept of education with online learning at the core of this transformation. Appropriate integration of technology into all levels of education is the key recommendation of National Education Policy 2020. The National Education Policy, with all its strength and limitation, provides a broader framework for open online distance education institution to move forward to serve the cause of education. Institution will have the option to run open distance learning and online programs provided that they have an accreditation to do so. In order to enhance their offerings, improve access, increase gross enrollment ratio, and to provide opportunity to lifelong learning needs. The top institution accredited for online distance learning will be encouraged and supported to develop high quality online courses. Online tools and platforms like Diksha and Swam will be upgraded with new insight to training content. This policy also focused on creation of public digital and interoperable infrastructure that can be utilized by multiple platforms. Now we'll see the open and distance learning in earlier existing national education policy. The first national education policy in India taken place in 1968 based on a Kothari Commission recommendation. This policy emphasized the importance of part-time education and correspondence education for providing educational needs of disadvantaged groups and the working class people. The policy also clearly mentioned that it should be given this online distance education, open distance education should be given equal status as full-time education. Open and distance learning system has grown tremendously around the world in 1960s. It was started in India in the form of correspondence course or distance education. And it was Delhi University that started in 1962 the first correspondence course in India. Open distance learning in second education policy that came into existence in 1986 after 20 years. This policy has a section of open university and distance learning. Note the change from the first national education policy focused on the part-time education, correspondence education. This second education policy focuses on open university and distance learning. Because of this reason, the first state open university in India, named Andhra Pradesh Open University, came into existence in 1982. And that leads the foundation of National Open University, Indira Gandhi National Open University in 1985. The second education policy emphasized the importance of open learning system to enhance the opportunity for higher learning, higher education as an instrument of democratizing the education and to make the learning a lifelong learning process. The policy recognizes the digital divide in the country and the limitation in the use of technology and includes many suggestions to overcome from them. Now, open online distance learning in National Education Policy 2020. All those recommendations given in the earlier education policy, National Education Policy 2020 came into existence with a key focus on open distance online learning. Institution will have the option to run open distance learning and online programs, provided they have accredited to do so, to enhance their offerings, improve access, improve enrollment ratios, to provide opportunity for lifelong learning needs. As mentioned in Sustainable Development Goal 4, all open and distance learning programs and their components leading to any diploma or degree will be standard and quality equivalent. Therefore, there will be no compromise in the quality of the content. The top institution accredited for the distance learning will be encouraged and supported to develop high quality online courses. Such quality online courses will suitably integrated with the curricula of higher education institution, and blended mode will be preferred. Article 3.5 of National Education Policy there is to facilitate learning for all students with a special emphasis on socio-economical group. This policy have a scope of school education will be broadened to facilitate multiple pathways of learning involving both formal and non-formal educational aims. Open and distance learning program offered by National Institute of Open Schooling and state open schools will be expanded and strengthened to meet the learning needs of young people in India. NIOS and state open schools will offer the following program in addition to present program ABC level that are equivalent to the grade 3, 5, and 8 of formal education system. Secondary education program that are equivalent to grade and 12 vocational educational courses. States will be encouraged to develop these offerings in the regional language. Quality of online distance learning and online education. The policy emphasizes the need of high quality open distance learning and online programs equivalent to that of in-class program. The policy strongly recommends the framework of quality of online distance learning, including norms, standards, and guidelines for systematic development and regulation and accreditation. The policy considers education as a public good and public service. Move from single mode to multi-mode. The Open University may have to move from single ODL mode to multiple model university offering programming ODL, online and in-class mode, that is blended mode. Move to single media to multimedia. Presently, open universities are using print media material in order to deliver their content. But this policy recommends to use multimedia content in order to reach and make the content interactive to the learner. Move from a dependency model to Atmanirbhar model. The Open University have to adopt the dependency model of using available public resources, academic and infrastructure to make the system more cost effective. They become Atmanirbhar, self-reliant in learning resources by extensively using open educational resources, massive open online courses like SWAM and other technological resources. Prepare institution-centric reform agenda mentioned in Education Policy 2020. The all 15 public open university in India in different stage of development. Every open university take into account its own context, should prepare an educational development plan with a holistic approach of institution development. That institution development plan should be strategic planning for institution reform agenda. Here, all the stakeholders in the system, in particular, the government should play an important role by providing necessary support and guideline in preparation and execution of institution development plan. In preparing institution development plan, institution may draw on the valuable knowledge resources developed by many experts, agencies, in particular, the Commonwealth of Learning, Ministry of Human Resource and Development, and University Grant Commission. The fourth quadrant approach, this policy suggested, especially open universities, especially the institution that provides online distance learning, should follow fourth quadrant approach. This policy recommends the institution should have their own LMS, learning management system, consisting of this four quadrant. The first quadrant is e-tutorial. That means the content should be in the form of video lectures, should be available to the learner 24/7 through LMS. The second quadrant of the LMS is e-content with 3,000 to 4,000 words in the form of PDF, e-books, or document file, including web resources and links. The third quadrant of this LMS should be assessment part. The assessment could be in the form of problem, solutions, MCQs type questions, short answer type questions, quizzes, assignments. And the fourth quadrant of learning management system should be discussion forum, where a learner, an online learner, should discuss any of his relevant doubt to the coordinator, to the facilitator 24/7. Conclusion. The National Education Policy 2020, which was approved by Government of India, aims to bridge the digital divide in the country and to ensure a wider reach of online distance education. Emphasis will also be given on the new technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, IoT to improvise the student learning needs. For the successful implementation of national education policy, central and state government should build a robust digital infrastructure across the country. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. It is my pleasure to share with you my completed study entitled Self-Regulated Learning Model, a proposed learning model during the educational disruption. The COVID-19 pandemic caused a big disruption in education, affecting all stakeholders, learners, teachers, school managers, parents, communities, and government. According to United Nations, the COVID-19 pandemic is responsible for creating the largest disruption of education systems, affecting 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries, resulting to the closure of schools and other learning spaces. Because of the pandemic, the delivery of instruction has been affected. But education must go on. And so institutions adopted flexible education or flexible learning. It is referred to as a set of educational approaches and systems concerned with providing learners with increased choice, convenience, and personalization to suit their needs. It may be defined in terms of pace, place, and mode of delivery. Therefore, any research undertaking dealing on the delivery of instruction, specifically flexible learning, is considered timely and relevant. And this study deals on that. Specifically, the research objectives are the following. Describe the learning context of the students, determine the learning modalities, determine the learning materials, learning tasks, and assessment tasks, determine the attitude towards flexible learning, and develop a self-regulated learning model. This study is guided by the 3 levels of flexibility by Gordon, pertaining to the level of the students, the teachers, and the institutions. According to the theory, the principal stakeholders are considered within the categories of flexibility, which are ontological, pedagogical relationships, and systems. The ontological flexibility refers to the flexibility of the students. The flexibility on pedagogical relationship pertains to the theories and delivery of learning in terms of the flexibility of the teaching, its approaches and modes. The flexibility of the systems shows how institutional structures and processes allow for flexibility in teaching and learning. This study also considered the 3 components of attitudes: affective, behavioral, and cognitive components, also known as the structure of attitudes. And it also considers the dual attitude model, which says that when an attitude changes, the old attitude is not necessarily discarded. Instead, older attitudes may be retained alongside the new attitude. Individuals can hold dual attitudes because one attitude is expressed at a conscious level or explicit, whereas the other is often outside awareness or implicit. And now, let us discuss the methodology used. A descriptive method was used, specifically a survey. Data gathering techniques included an online survey and virtual key informants interview. It involved 434 students using convenient sampling. The online questionnaire was posted for 6 weeks. Statistical treatment used include frequency count, percentage, weighted mean, and ranking. For the qualitative data analysis, there was a manual coding of open responses to online questionnaire and key informants interview. The setting is primarily the Bicol region, and ethics and confidentiality were observed. And now, may I share with you the results of the study. For research objective number 1, the learning context of the students. Most of the students identified the common area or shared area in the house as a venue for synchronous learning. Most of them reported a flexible or alternative schedule, but close to the official schedule. For asynchronous learning or classes, most of the students reported that the same schedule as the official schedule when synchronous is not conducted. For the course or subject content delivered to the students, most of the students reported that it is either the complete course content based on the curriculum or the course content as shown by the approved syllabus, but only up to the part that can be covered within the academic term. For the learning modalities of the students, focusing this time on research objective number 2, different modalities were used. Synchronous, asynchronous online, using social media applications or Google Classroom. Asynchronous online, using materials sent through email. And asynchronous offline, using printed modules. The different forms of learning: synchronous instruction, asynchronous instruction with online self-regulated and real-time question and answer, and asynchronous instruction, online cooperative learning guided by the teacher were often used in their classes. Now for research objective number 3, learning materials, learning tasks, and assessment tasks. For the learning resources taken from the internet, the following were always used in their classes: presentations, handouts, activity sheets, and modules. For learning resources not taken from the internet, handouts, activity sheets, lessons, modules, and assessment tools were often used. For the tools used for producing learning outputs, the tools for making presentations, and the tools for making handouts and activity sheets were always used. For the tools for producing learning outputs referring to the hardware or device, phone was always used, laptop was sometimes used, desktop and tablet or iPad were never used. For tools for synchronous online learning, Messenger was always used. Google Classroom was also always used. Facebook was often used while Zoom was rarely used. For tools used for asynchronous online learning, Facebook was always used. Google, Zoom, and Messenger were often used. Most of the students reported that they did not use free online courses in addition to their lessons in the course or courses. And most of them did not receive printed materials from their school or college. For assessment in terms of delivery channels, majority of the students reported that the assessment tool in the form of text was uploaded in the e-classroom or online platform, and then students could answer at their preferred time. For the different assessment tasks used in the classes, there are a variety of assessment tasks, but those that were often used were multiple choice type of test, short response, essay type of test, individual performances, group performances, group project, individual project, and reflection papers. This time, let us consider the results for research objective number 4, attitude towards flexible learning. Attitude towards teacher or learning facilitator, the students generally agree. Attitude towards learning resources, the students also agree to the different indicators. Attitude toward teaching methods and learning tasks, the students also agree to the different indicators. Attitude toward technology tools used during flexible learning. Again, the students agree to the different indicators. Attitude toward assessment used during flexible learning, the students were undecided. Attitude toward support service during flexible learning, the students were also undecided. Overall, the students agree to the different indicators under attitude toward the teacher, the learning resources, the teaching methods and learning tasks, and technology tools. They were undecided in terms of their attitude towards assessment and support service. However, the grand overall weighted mean is 3.56. So the students still generally agree to the different indicators included in the self-assessment. In other words, the students have positive attitude towards flexible learning as a whole. Since the rubric has its limitations, we decided to conduct focus group discussions and interview in order to elicit the experiences of the students that will show their attitudes towards flexible learning. For example, some students describe flexible learning as positive or favorable. They felt motivated, contented, happy, glad, or eager. Others described it as easy, fun, relaxing, engaging, and convenient. While a few others said that they were coping, they find it manageable and all right, while others have neutral attitude. Others also describe their flexible learning experiences as inefficient, flawed. There are areas to improve. It is not advantageous. It is simply mere compliance, and it is time-consuming. Others also spoke about the negative impact on health and well-being. It is anti-poor. They are not really learning. The schedule is hectic, and they are overloaded. Other students describe their flexible learning experiences as hard, challenging. They felt lost, depressed. They are struggling. They felt sad. They experience anxiety, and they feel robbed. Others also said that the learning experiences during the implementation of flexible learning were tiring, draining, and stressful. They felt pressured, they were exhausted, overworked, and they experienced burnout. So, some are saying also that they were not satisfied, they were not enjoying, the experience was unfavorable, they disliked flexible learning, they felt unmotivated, frustrated, and disappointed, while a few others expressed mixed attitude. Some even have ever-changing attitude, and a few others simply described it as just okay. Hard sometimes, easy sometimes. Here are a few words from the respondents. For example, one student said, "Flexible learning opens a lot of opportunities for me. However, there are areas that need to be improved." Another one said, "It's unsatisfying when both students and teachers lack in digital skills. It is also frustrating when teachers said they understand us, but still give activities with a very lengthy article to read and cannot easily be accomplished." Another student said, "It is almost draining to the point that we sometimes, or the students, are not really learning. In my case, it is really difficult to catch up in all the group and individual activities. My attitude depends on how our professor handles our class," according to another student. Still another student said, I am not satisfied nor enjoying this type of flexible learning during this pandemic, as it has caused more stress, and there are times that the given and required tasks and performances are too difficult to accomplish. Another one said, I struggle a lot, most especially on the learning resources, internet connectivity, and power interruption. It is very anti-poor. It seems that I'm not learning. I just keep on complying the school requirements. Still another student said, I am satisfied with this flexible learning that I have experienced. However, there are inevitable instances where I dislike something, especially when it comes to internet connectivity, power interruptions, and distractions at home. Another one said, it is sometimes disappointing that some professors still cannot understand and stretch their understanding towards the situation of the learners. So, considering the experiences shared by the students, we will note that there are favorable experiences on flexible learning, showing favorable attitude towards flexible learning. But there are also unfavorable experiences showing unfavorable attitude towards flexible learning. There are also those who show neutral attitude towards flexible learning, while others showed a combination of attitudes towards flexible learning. For research objective 5, proposed self-regulated learning model. This is illustrated in this manner. At the center, you're going to see the self-regulated learning competencies, and on the outside, you're going to see the 4 domains, namely cognitive, behavioral, affective, and metacognitive. On the sides are the different factors that affect self-regulated learning during the educational disruption. These are context, technology, content, learning strategies, learners' qualities, and support services. The proposed model for self-regulated learning argues that self-regulated learning competence is a set of competencies crucial for adapting to learning changes and challenges under an educational disruption. Therefore, this set of competencies is considered not as a fixed set of attributes, but as a learnable, improvable, and flexible set of competencies. Composed of 4 dimensions, which are cognitive, behavioral, affective, and metacognitive. The improvement of the self-regulated learning competence is influenced by different factors such as context, technology, content, learning strategies, learner qualities, and support services. Considering these findings, the following conclusions and recommendations are made. 1, most of the students use a common area or shared area as a venue for learning at home during the specific official schedule and at an alternative schedule. Majority of the students reported to have received content based on the curriculum or based on the syllabus, but only up to the part that can be covered by the academic term. Most of the students experienced synchronous and asynchronous modalities using both individual and group learning tasks. Number 3 conclusion, varied learning resources from the internet were always used, while those not from the internet were often used. Google and Messenger were always used in synchronous learning, while Facebook and Google were always used in asynchronous learning. Varied assessment tasks were often used. Assessment tools in text form were uploaded in the e-classroom, and students answered at their preferred time, adopting a flexible schedule. Number 4, the students generally have positive attitude towards the teacher, the learning resources, the teaching methods and learning tasks, and the technology tools. The students' narratives generally show ambivalent attitude, combination of positive and negative attitude towards flexible learning. The proposed self-regulated learning model shows the domains of self-regulated learning and the factors affecting the student learning during the educational disruption. Among the salient recommendations are the following: making interventions, support system, and policy reforms to address the circumstances of the learners. Further validation of the proposed self-regulated learning model by another set of tutors or through another study. And further studies on flexible learning be conducted. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much for viewing.
Good morning, my colleagues in the academy. My presentation today is about the latest issues on the challenges met by our students during this educational disruption. It is a year now that the COVID-19 pandemic caused colleges and universities across the world to facilitate quickly in an emergency manner to online teaching modality. Thousands of institutions and millions of students were affected in the whole world. In the outlook of the challenges to education, there is a strong need to conduct analysis into the pedagogies, innovations, and trends during this educational disruption. These challenges need to be addressed in order to minimize the adverse impact of the pandemic on the global education system. One of the many interventions that would be made is to conduct a study on the challenges and coping strategies of students during the educational disruption. Hence, this study. I would like to present the objectives of this study. The first is determine the profile of the students. 2, determine their challenges encountered during the educational disruption in terms of technology use, device and materials, time and tasks, instructional delivery, learning assessment and requirements, teachers' engagement, and motivation to learn. The third is determine the coping strategies of the students. And the last is to develop an instructional tool or intervention on the challenges for students during the educational disruption. The study made use in responding to these objectives. We made use of descriptive method to survey the profile, the characteristics, and the phenomena encountered by the students during the educational disruption. The respondents were 172 college students of BUCE, or the Bicol University College of Education, and the data used were gathered by means of survey questionnaires developed by the researchers, informal interviews, and the focus group discussion online. I would like to present the findings of the study per objective. Now, in the result on the profile of students, as shown in Table 1, most of the students are female and are from nearby town of Daraga, Albay. The students stay at home for their flexible learning and indicated that their schedule for synchronous session can be during the specific official time or during a preferred time of the teacher, provided that the students are informed and are available. For asynchronous discussion, most of them testified that the schedule was the same schedule as the official schedule when synchronous is not conducted. Now, these results imply commonalities also in their experiences as well as in the challenges they encounter. So for the objective number 2 on technology tools used by the students, results imply that the students use cell phone always, use laptop sometimes, use desktop rarely, and never use iPad or tablet. Almost all the students reported to have used Google and Messenger always for synchronous learning. Further, they use Facebook often and Zoom rarely for synchronous learning. These results may be explained by the fact that Google, Messenger, and Facebook are free social platforms, while Zoom is free only for a short period of time. For the challenges encountered by the student in terms of device and materials, this finding shows that issues on the materials resources such as interest of the learners, inaccuracies, relevance, and comprehensiveness of the content, they are generally least experienced. However, learning resources that require strong internet connection to download and laborious reading are mostly experienced. On the challenges encountered by the students on the time and task, this finding showed that students do not experience much issues on instructional delivery, especially regarding teaching strategies, lessons, and discussion. So these findings indicate as well that most issues experienced are regarding the learning task, specifically about being too time-consuming and having too many are merely experienced sometimes. So in the next challenges encountered by the student in terms of instructional delivery, the findings show that students do not experience much issues on instructional delivery, especially regarding teaching strategies, lessons, and discussions. So, in the next challenges, on the student assessment and requirements, this finding shows that issues on the content proper assessment tasks such as length, difficulty, and concept like being too theoretical are moderately experienced by the students as well as documentation process. On the challenges encountered by the students in terms of teachers' engagement, on the 15 challenges on teachers' engagement, conducting synchronous discussions irregularly and using teacher-oriented strategies, these are experienced sometimes by the students, which are also the top results. Further, A number of indicators were rarely and never experienced by the students. So overall, this finding showed that students experience little or zero issues regarding teachers' engagement. On the challenges encountered on the motivation to learn, this finding shows that stress, fatigue, and the pandemic itself and its consequence, like lack of physical socialization, are mostly the reasons for negative affecting students' motivation. Conversely, during the focus group discussion, issues about lack of encouragement for motivation from the class proper, the teacher, and the parents are hardly the reason for their declining motivation. Now, to answer number 3 objective of this study on the coping strategies of students, the findings imply that students either refrain from having better technology experience or literally they have little to no means to do so. So overall, the findings show that students mostly choose to study more to cope with the requirements and assessment tasks, whereas they only fairly choose coping strategies that requires for help and for leniency and clarification of assessment tasks proper. So, this findings show that students barely implement coping strategies concerning the teacher's engagement. However, they fairly implement strategies that help them understand the lesson, more likely asking questions for the feedbacks. Generally, students mostly cope through socialization, but also fairly through watching videos, shows, and other multimedia presentation and seeking support for the family. Now, for the objective number 4 on the intervention on the challenges for students during educational disruption, in the challenges, there are major challenges of the students during the educational disruption, and opposite is are the intervention rather. So first, we only got the major challenges, and then the first is on technology use. The affordability and sustainability is a long-standing problem of the student respondents. Along with the intervention, there's a need to assist the students who have financial challenges to purchase gadgets for their online classes. It will be a big help for them. So how to sustain this? Now, sustaining this assistance provided to students, we are supposedly, or this intervention declares that to tap the sponsors and donors for the student assistance. Like, for instance, the Faculty Association, Alumni Association, Parents Association, religious organization, and student assistantship. You know, and others who have also a big heart that are willing to help can be tapped. Okay? So, the next is device and materials and time and tasks. Now, the proposed intervention for this are the ability to effectively manage one's time is indeed positively related to academic performance. I have here the following interventions that will improve the management that would be of value to students. One is to set their goal. Next is schedule their task. Prioritize their task. Self-monitoring. Problem-solving techniques. And conflict resolution. So these interventions are focused on time management. And they are centered on setting goals and priorities. So the next is the instructional delivery and learning assessment and requirements. The intended interventions where there is a need to rewrite and condense the module lectures to capture just the main lesson or the topic of the lessons. So to increase learning time to students, to the amount of learning, to the number of learning opportunities provided. So in here, we have the instructional delivery can be strengthened and distinguished by providing more clear, systematic instruction and increasing opportunities for them. First, we have learning to learn strategies, collaborative learning, effective feedback, homework, task, peer tutoring. So these are the interventions for instructional delivery and learning assessment and requirements. For the last and the motivation to learn. So of course, teachers are perfectly positioned and traditionally fill this gap, but it becomes more of a challenge with online learning. Now, into that vacuum, parents can and should take an increased interest in their children's non-academic lives because they're staying at home, mostly of them. Now, with this, the following intervention should be made or should be given. Learning from failure. Next, we have value student inner lives and allowing why questions. So we need to imbue everything we do with sense of why. Okay? So with that, I have here the conclusion. It is concluded that the students during this educational disruption showed that they experience little to zero issues regarding the teachers' engagement, issues about lack of encouragement, for motivation from the class proper, the teacher, the parents are hardly the reason from their declining motivation. So generally, students mostly cope through socialization, but also fairly through watching videos, shows, and other multimedia presentation and seeking support from the family. However, students hardly implement strategies that seek help from others or proper authorities like counselor, department head, and even desist from transferring classes, dropping subjects, and taking a leave of absence. So, my friends, this is the end of my presentation and I am now ready for your suggestions. Thank you very much for listening.
We have Teachers' Anxiety, Attitude, and Coping Mechanisms During the Pandemic by Rubiluz A. Alicante and Rene A. Lamela.
Good morning to everyone. I am Rubiluz A. Alicante. With the consent of my advisor and co-author, Dr. Rene A. Lamela, may I present to you our research paper entitled Teachers' Anxiety, Attitude, and Coping Mechanisms During the Pandemic. The abstract: this study determined the anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms of 382 secondary school teachers in Masbate, Philippines during the COVID-19 pandemic. It has specifically looked into the following: number 1, the profile of the respondents in terms of sex, age, and salary; number 2, the respondents' level of anxiety, attitude, and level of coping mechanisms in personal and work-related; number 3, the relationship between the respondents' sex, age, and salary to the responses and anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms; and number 4, the policies that can be proposed to address the findings of the study. The study found out that majority of the respondents were female, relatively young, with salaries ranging from 20,001 to 25,000 pesos monthly. The respondents were personally affected by the issues associated with the pandemic and they often experienced them. In their professional work, however, they only experienced anxiety sometimes, and they were able to cope this anxiety by cultivating a positive attitude to combat distress. As a variable, sex is a significant determinant of correlation for anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms towards the pandemic. Work-related anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms about the pandemic matters most among the respondents regardless of their age. Salary is also a significant determinant of correlation along work-related aspect. Recommended to address the concerns revealed in the study were the proposed policies on teachers' wellness that shall protect the mental health, emotional, and psychosocial well-being of the teachers, and the policy on teaching learning modalities to assist and facilitate teaching in the new normal. For the background of the study, the pronouncement of the opening of classes for school year 2020-2021 brought many issues from the different sectors and stakeholders, especially in education. Some of them focused mainly on the safety of the students and the teachers, the type of learning modality, the preparedness of the parents, the students and the teachers, and the budget for the gadgets and modules to be used. In connection with the problems and issues in the education system brought about by the pandemic, the welfare and safety of the students and teachers are the most critical aspects of school operations that need to be considered. For the statement of the problem number 1, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of sex, age, and salary? Number 2, what is the respondents' level of anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms in personal and work-related aspects? Number 3, is there any significant relationship between the respondents' sex, age, salary, and the responses in anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms, both in personal and work-related aspects? And number 4, what policies may be proposed to address the result of this study? For the scope and the limitations, the respondents in this study were secondary school teachers still in the service in the onset of the pandemic. This study was conducted in the school year 2020-2021, and the variables used in this study were sex, age, and salary. For the methodology, there were 382 respondents in this study. Convenient sampling method was used. For the research instrument, a permission from the researcher Eric Beloran to use and modify the survey questionnaire to suit to the context of this study. The research design is quantitative descriptive, and for the statistical tool, Microsoft Excel Data Analysis Toolpack was used to get the frequency, percentage, mean, and the person-hour correlation. For the theoretical framework, the following theories support the study. First is the terror management theory. It is a dual defense model that explains how people protect themselves against concerns about death, according to Cash in 2012. Second is the relative deprivation theory that suggests that people who feel something considered essential in their society, such as money, rights, and status, will organize or join social movements dedicated to obtaining the things of which they feel deprived, as mentioned by Longley in 2020. Third is the expectancy value attitude theories. According to these theories, attitudes are a function of people's assumption about the probability of various consequences arising from the performance of a behavior and evaluations of how good or bad those consequences are. Attitudes are caused by a combination of beliefs about consequences and evaluations as stated by Trofimo in 2004. Lastly is the coping theory. It is classified into two independent parameters, the focus-oriented theories and approach-oriented theories. Focus-oriented state and trait theories of coping recognize a person's internal capacity for evaluating how well he can adapt to a situation. On the other hand, the approach-oriented micro and macro-analytic coping theories revolve around how concrete or abstract a situation is, as cited by Chowdhury. Based on these theories, the researchers were able to formulate their own theory, which is the teacher's wellness and efficacy theory. Teacher's wellness means that teachers do not or seldom experience anxiety in personal and in work, physically and mentally healthy, have optimistic view towards life amidst of any situation, well compensated and able to cope easily. On the other hand, teacher's efficacy means that teachers give his or her utmost productivity at work. Thus, teacher's wellness and efficacy theory holds to the idea that the teacher's efficacy is the result of the teacher's wellness. For the conceptual framework, the input of this study can contain the occurrence of the modular printed learning modality to most public schools due to the pandemic, especially in the division of Masbate Province, Philippines. This was connected to the profile of the respondents, which were sex, age, and salary. In the process, it involved the data gathering through the conduct of survey questionnaire among the secondary school teachers in the said division in finding the answer with regards to the level of anxiety, the attitude, and the level of coping mechanisms of the respondents both in personal and work-related aspects in light of the pandemic. Furthermore, the profile of the respondents was used as test factor to find its relationship to the respondents' responses and anxiety attitude and coping mechanisms. The output of this study was based on the responses of the respondents in the three aspects together with the obtained relationships. This would be the basis for policy formulation for teachers' wellness and for teaching learning modalities during the pandemic. So for the results and discussions, majority of the respondents in this study are female. Ages 20 to 30 years old comprises the majority of the respondents, and most of the respondents have salary ranging from 20,001 to 25,000 pesos per month. The table shows the summary of results in the three aspects. Under anxiety, the respondents often experience the contents in each statement related to personal, which is on level 4. On the other hand, they experience sometimes the content in each statement in work-related, which is on level 3. In line with attitude, the respondents view the contents in each statement as most of the time both personal and work-related. On the other hand, in coping mechanisms, the same interpretation obtained both personal and work-related as often both on level 4. In this table, it shows that there is a very strong relationship between the respondent sex and the responses on personal and work-related anxiety. Moreover, it is quite alarming on the personal-related anxiety for the interpretation that both male and female teachers are experiencing often the said anxiety. This finding is related to the result of the study conducted by the American Psychological Association that during a period of social distancing, quarantine, or isolation, one must likely to experience fear and anxiety, in which a person may feel anxious or worried about oneself and the family members contracting COVID-19 or spreading it to others. Human emotions such as fear, worry, panic, anxiety, or depression-related distress can appear more commonly among people as cited by Apurabay et al. In 2020. It is also presented in the table that there is a very strong relationship between the respondent sex and their responses on attitude both in personal and work-related aspect. Nevertheless, the interpretation implies that the respondents are optimistic with regards to the statements on attitude aspect. As presented in the table, there is a very strong relationship between the respondent sex and the responses on personal and work-related coping mechanisms. Amidst of this result, the interpretation often implies that the respondents practice the stated coping mechanisms and have ways in dealing with the issues with regards to the pandemic. Based on the results of the relationship between the respondent sex and the responses in personal and work-related anxiety attitude and coping mechanism, this implied that the variable sex is a significant indicator of correlation in this study. In this table, it shows that there is a moderate relationship between the respondent's age and the responses on personal-related anxiety, whereas a very strong relationship on work-related anxiety. The latter implies that age matters in dealing with anxiety at work. It is presented in the same table that there is a weak relationship between the respondent's age and the responses on personal-related attitude, whereas a strong relationship in work-related attitude. The former implies that regardless of the respondent's age, it seems that they have almost the same views in dealing with their personal attitude towards the pandemic. However, the responses on work-related attitude seem to matter. The strong relationship between age and the responses on the teacher respondents on work-related attitude is supported by the result of the study of Baloran and Hernan in 2020, which states that uncertainty management during this crisis in particular best predicts teachers' work commitment. Additionally, in their study, correlation results showed a link between crisis self-efficacy and the work commitment of teachers amid pandemic. Nevertheless, the teachers were highly aware of the presence and consequences caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, as cited by Lapada et al. In 2020. As presented in the same table, there is a very weak relationship between the respondent's age and the responses on personal-related coping mechanisms, whereas a very strong relationship on work-related coping mechanisms. The opposing result of relationship of personal and work-related coping mechanisms implies that the respondents seem to practice compartmentalization in dealing personally and professionally the issues and concerns related to pandemic. In this table, it shows that there is a very weak relationship between the respondent's salary and the responses on personal-related anxiety, whereas a moderate relationship on work-related anxiety. It seems that salary issue among the respondents is not a new issue based on how it affects them personally. Professionally, even more, it seems that augmenting the salary and providing additional benefits to the teachers, especially in this time of pandemic, are every teacher's hope. The table also shows that there is a very strong relationship between the respondent's salary and the responses on personal-related attitude, whereas a moderate relationship on work-related attitude. The former result implies that the attitude of the respondents with regards to pandemic is somehow affected by their salary. Garcia in 2020 mentioned in her study that 77% believe that teachers should be paid more based on the survey. It is presented in the table that there is a weak relationship between the respondent's salary and the responses in personal-related coping mechanisms, whereas a very strong relationship on work-related coping mechanisms. The latter result seemingly gives an implication that professionally, the respondent's salary matter on how they cope towards the pandemic. So for the conclusions, majority of the respondents are female, relatively young, and mostly are having salary ranging from 20,001 to 25,000 per month. The issues about the COVID-19 affect much the respondents personally, thus they experience it often. On the other hand, it gives a positive indication that the teachers are not that affected professionally since their collective response interpretation along work-related anxiety is sometimes. When it comes to attitude, the respondents are optimistic most of the time, both in personal and work-related with regards to pandemic, and the respondents do and practice often the stated coping mechanisms. The responses of male and female teacher respondents are very significant indicators for anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms toward the pandemic. On the other hand, work-related anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms about the pandemic matters the most among the respondents, regardless of their age. Salary as a variable is a significant determinant of correlation in study along work-related anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanisms. Number 4, policy proposals that may be addressed the teacher's anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanism in this pandemic era. For the recommendations, a proposed wellness and protection policy to address the anxiety, attitude, and coping mechanism of the teachers in certain aspects has been crafted for possible implementation. A crafted policy on teaching learning modalities to assist teachers in their difficult tasks during this pandemic, specifically a reorientation for the implementation of the basic education learning continuity plan. And number 3, to pursue similar studies to attain conclusive results in consideration of the limitations of this study. So here are the outputs of this study. First is the policy proposal on teachers' wellness and protection in the new normal learning modality. And second is the policy proposal on the reorientation for the teaching learning modalities in the new normal. So that would be all, and thank you very much.
Everyone, pedagogy and pandemic gave birth to a mindset in which educators have adapted to the sudden major upheaval of our temporal and spatial agencies, alongside with contingent problem solving and troubleshooting required in the new formats and time frames. Dear participants, those are just few of the different innovations and advocacies from all over the world which tackle the thematic area of pedagogy and pandemic. Thank you and congratulations to the research presenters. From India, Sir Abhishek Pandey. From the Philippines, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio, Dr. Jocelyn Paje, and Drs. Rubiluz A. Alicante and Rene A. Lamela. Thank you so much po and congratulations. And we appreciate your effort for sharing your findings and conclusions with us. Now, we would like to hear it from our participants. For those here with us in the Zoom Meet, you may type your questions, comments, and concerns using the chat box, or you may raise your hand to be recognized so that your participants, please use the comment box and our IT staff shall fetch your comments. Raise your concerns to researchers about their respective studies. Let me just read some of the concerns, some of the suggestions, rather, some of the comments about the researches. Our chat box has been quite the different researches were being presented, and that is one of the goals of this conference, to have a healthy academic discourse of what we can do to our learners in terms of improving pedagogies and in terms of improving innovations when it comes to these times of pandemic. Let me just read one. Thank you so much from Sir Leonard Jancarillo. I am so overwhelmed right now. I feel like crying because of this opportunity. Thank you and God bless you, my friends. Thank you so much, Sir Leonard, for that appreciation. We are truly fulfilled that we were able to inspire you in becoming a more effective instructor and educator in today's pandemic society. This is a question, this one from Sir Christian C. Brillantes. Sir Christian, can you please give us a comment on to whom do you address this question? How can we modify technology engagement mechanism to last mile schools since not all are digitally native? Sir Christian, to whom do you address this? This is to the first presenter po. So I believe this is for Sir Abhishek Pandey from India. Sir Pandey, are you here with us? Here, yes, sir. Sir, this is one question po. How can we modify technology engagement mechanism to last mile schools? So these are schools in far-flung areas. Some of these are in the mountains. Some of these are in islands where there is a problem with digital connection, since not all are digitally native.
Okay, in that case, government should build some digital infrastructure in order to connect the people, especially in rural areas. Particularly in India, we have some radio channels, and Doordarshan is providing distance education for those learners who are not having access of internet. But ultimately, government should come up with a perfect digital infrastructure in order to engage the learners at remote locations. Hope I answered the question.
Sir, thank you for addressing this concern, but many as well. Yes, and I hope that the party decider is right, sir. Sir, for the insightful answer. And let me just read more of the comments from our participants. Congratulations. From Ma'am Saila Alano, congratulations to all the presenters, and thank you so much for sharing. It was very informative. Ayun po. Thank you. There is one question here. Let me just navigate. There is one question from Ma'am. I think it's from Verhinde, I believe, but it's just that the question is not directed to a particular researcher. So, ma'am, if you are here with us, may you please address to whom is this question being thrown at? The question is this: lots of challenges surround e-learning. The learners often at some point. So how can teachers and tutors like us help in overcoming this breakdown in motivation? So this is from Ma'am Vigilia Armendi. So we just want to know to whom is this question directed, Ma'am Virgilia. If you are still there with us. Okay, this is directed to all speakers. Okay po, so since Sir Abhishek Pandey is already here with us, sir, would you like to address the question that I just raised?
Can you please tell me what exactly disruption are you talking about, ma'am? What sort of disruption? Can you please specify clearly?
Can you please specify though, Ma'am Virgilia, what kind of disruption? Am I right, sir? That's what you are trying to ask. What specific disruption? I believe, sir, when it comes to motivation, the sustaining of motivation, since we are not physically present.
Because what I understood from our question is, especially from last 1.5 years after this COVID-19 pandemic, the education is purely transformed for online education. Therefore, disruption in sense if a particular user is staying in a remote location, maybe a disruption. But everybody nowadays having a digital devices and online connectivity. Therefore, it is more accessible in my opinion.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, Dr. Bercasio, would you like to address the concern?
Yes, thank you for the question. Regarding the motivation of students and even of teachers sometimes, that is expected considering the challenges and changes brought about by the pandemic. One practical suggestion that I can give is to always proactively make meaningful connections with the students. Students do appreciate when we connect with them meaningfully, and it is proactive. If students, for example, are unable to submit outputs or requirements, they really appreciate if we reach out to them or to their parents. They feel that they are important and that their presence and their performance will matter to the entire class and the entire school system. So that is one of the several things that a teacher may do. Make a proactive, meaningful connection with the learners and their parents or significant others at home or guardians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bercasio. Thank you so much, Sir Pandey. Now let's hear from Ma'am Alicante about what she has to say about the concern. Ma'am, I believe your microphone is muted. Kindly
Okay. So good morning to everyone, to the plenary speakers, to the organizers, and to my co-presenters, and to the viewers. Good morning. I think it's good noon to everyone. So my idea on the question, thank you for the question being raised. So even if my study is not on the e-learning, but my opinion is that the communication, I think, is the key to maintain the motivation of the learners, because even if it is online or offline, the communication between the teachers and the students and to the parents as well is very important to hold the motivation of the learners, and also a constant connection to them, so that they will feel that they are important and we give value to them even if they are very far from us. Thank you very much.
Rather there. Thank you, Ma'am Alicante, for
Miss Pamela has been cut, maybe. I think Dr. Paje would like to add to the responses already provided by the different presenters. So we give the floor to another presenter, Dr. Paje.
Okay, good morning. Good noon, everyone. Good noon, everyone. I would like to stress that really connection is a must for us, for our learners. The value of experiences of learners, is really a must that can still remember. If you can still remember yesterday's opening message, that it would like be, I would like to quote on Dr. Garcia yesterday on corporeal lesson, that experiences of the students here is really a must that can still, we should not underestimate the wisdom fostered from important and meaningful life experiences of these students. Life has its own unique ways of teaching lessons, which will be coming from the teachers. Now, we strongly believe that when these lessons corrected, we employ need to listen, to accept, and learn from them. So, meaning, if there will be connections from both the teacher and then the learners, there should be a good rapport, good communication, good engagement, and there will have a good motivation for them to learn. Thank you so much. And I would like to stress, Ma'am Becky, another one, for my research. This could be I could very much help in crafting the content of the syllabus, focusing on one of the most focused problem of the students, that the laborious, the very theoretical modules being given by the faculty. So we could help them rewrite and condense the module or the lectures to capture just the main topic. So this is, there is really a need that feedback also is necessary for the students to monitor their progress. Thank you so much, Ms. Pam. I'm done. Naka-mute ka, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we have been unmuted. Thank you so much for reminding me. So, thank you so much, Dr. Pahe. Thank you po, Dr. Bercasio, Dr. Alicante, and of course, Dr. Panday as well. Thank you for sharing your insights. And what can we get from the responses of our dear researchers, that we need to involve everyone in the household. We need to establish their motivation in a sense that it is not the students' work alone to study. Especially now that we are in this learning setup, it is the role of the family, the role of the home, the members of the family is crucial into delivering knowledge to students. And I believe our researchers and our members of the Zoom meeting participants will agree with me. We have social emotional learning where we have to integrate this. Thank you so much. That's a suggestion from Ma'am Joanne Alejo. Thank you po. Thank you for the responses and for the active participation of our participants. Much that we would like to extend this open forum with you. I believe it is time for us to wrap it up and to end the morning session, as we have just finished the first plenary talk about connecting with learners in a multicultural setting with our speaker, Sir Dimitris Venetis, all the way from Greece. We also witnessed the different research presentations along pedagogy and pandemic. Now, this afternoon, we shall have a new plenary talk about fostering gender equality through EFL teaching during the pandemic by another esteemed resource plenary speaker all the way from Greece as well. And we shall be seeing different research presentations about curriculum and innovation, as well as educational policy and management. Hang in there and stay with us. We will be back at 1 p.m. This has been your moderator for this morning, Miss Pamela G. Garcia, and thank you for being one with us in strengthening connection and collaboration amidst the COVID-19 pandemic through education, innovations, and community development. Have a good lunch, everyone. See you back at 1 p.m.
Today I sense a quiet stillness from an academic institution that thrives on sounds and the pulsating beat of everyday life. I sense a subdued, celebratory mood that has replaced the lively and festive air every September as we celebrate the life and times of our beloved Bicol University. As I look back at the golden moments in last year's 50th founding anniversary, the carnival rides, the food booth, the open-air cultural night, the glitz and glamour of the entire celebration, I can't help but be nostalgic. But all the nostalgia cannot replace the feeling of pride I have right now for my Bicol University family. Because in spite of the present situation, we have been thrust in unexpectedly. We have managed to ride the waves of change that this COVID-19 pandemic has brought. With each other's constant help and support, we were able to pool our innate talents and resources to organize in such a short time a capability enhancement for flexible learning. Our respective colleges, units, and offices all came together to ensure that safety mechanisms were in place to guarantee that the usual process will not be hampered or limited. Adaptive measures were likewise instituted. Most of all, each of us rose to the challenge of this pandemic by responding to the needs of our students, faculty members, and frontliners who were caught off guard during the lockdown.
Full-time ngunyan and fabrication laboratory kan Bicol University College of Industrial Technology sa pag-ibo kan mga face shields para sa mga frontliners sa rehiyon.
Magkakatama, sabi ko sa nila, this is the best time to learn. So mula tayo ako ng pinili because indeed, this is the best time to learn.
Ngunya nasubuot ang panahon tanganing magtarabangan ng gad na maprotehiran ng mga frontliners sa Bicol, dawa nga ni daay pang naitatalang positibong kaso ng COVID-19 sa rehiyon. Thea Omelan, ABS-CBN News.
Alumni, partner institutions, along with the skills and talents of our faculty and personnel, were able to fabricate face shields, disinfectant mats, and others that were given to our frontliners as immediate assistance. This resulted in an enhanced and widespread COVID-19 assistance. We opened our doors to our medical frontliners and offered our grounds and dormitories, even in our external campuses. Food, donations, and other forms of assistance followed through the initiatives of various units, colleges, and alumni. we came through for our students who were stranded in the midst of the province-wide lockdown. The Bayanihan spirit was so much more felt and is infinitely alive in the hearts of every BUenyo. We did not leave any student behind and ensured their safe return from their families. We are not indifferent to your plight, my dear students, because we care more than you would ever realize. Now, on our 51st founding anniversary, we call on the same communal spirit of sharing and service as we take on the celebratory cry of Pagandurog to our students and frontliners. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya. Reflecting the spirit of unity and oneness, we call on the entire Bicol University family to extend your help to share and serve as change agents for social transformation and development. As we give due honor to our frontliners, we are likewise keeping in mind the travails and despair, the joys and hopes, the cry and anguish of our students in keeping with the sudden change in learning and living. Your Bicol University cares, and this is not just mere lip service. We walk our talk as we are launching the social service program for Tabang sa Pag-adal. We may be in the midst of this pandemic storm, but we don't just sit and lick our wounds. We are, after all, a resilient people. We think of ways and means to help ourselves and to help others more. That is the Bicol University spirit infused in every BU scholar and in every faculty and personnel. And it is what we bring out best as we celebrate and look back at our moments and continue to look ahead and live our dreams for Bicol University. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya is the celebratory cry of the Bicol University family. Should we not celebrate? Perhaps not in the usual way we often look up to in terms of celebration, but the spirit of service and helping where we are most needed is always worthy of being celebrated. As one Bicol University family, let us continue living our dreams and helping others to live theirs and build more dreams together. Congratulations to all of us and happy 51st founding anniversary, dear Bicol University. Today I sense a quiet stillness from an academic institution that thrives on sounds and the pulsating beat of everyday life. I sense a subdued, celebratory mood that has replaced the lively and festive air every September as we celebrate the life and times of our beloved Bicol University. As I look back at the golden moments in last year's 50th founding anniversary, the carnival rides, the food booth, the open-air cultural night, the glitz and glamour of the entire celebration, I can't help but be nostalgic. But all the nostalgia cannot replace the feeling of pride I have right now for my Bicol University family. Because in spite of the present situation, we have been thrust in unexpectedly. We have managed to ride the waves of change that this COVID-19 pandemic has brought. With each other's constant help and support, we were able to pool our innate talents and resources to organize in such a short time a capability enhancement for flexible learning. Our respective colleges, units, and offices all came together to ensure that safety mechanisms were in place to guarantee that the usual process will not be hampered or limited. Adaptive measures were likewise instituted. Most of all, each of us rose to the challenge of this pandemic by responding to the needs of our students, faculty members, and frontliners who were caught off guard during the lockdown.
Full-time ngunyan and fabrication laboratory kan Bicol University College of Industrial Technology sa pagibo kan mga face shields para sa mga frontliners sa rehiyon.
Makakatama, sabi ko sa nila, this is the best time to help. So mumataya ako ng pinili because indeed, this is the best time to help.
Ngunya nasubuot ang panahon tanganing magtarabangan ng gad na maprotehiran ng mga frontliners sa Bicol, dawa nga ni day pang naitatalang positibong kaso ng COVID-19 sa rehiyon. Thea Omelan, ABS-CBN News.
Alumni, partner institutions, along with the skills and talents of our faculty and personnel, were able to fabricate face shields, disinfectant mats, and others that were given to our frontliners as immediate assistance. This resulted in enhanced and widespread COVID-19 assistance. We opened our doors to our medical frontliners and offered our grounds and dormitories, even in our external campuses. Food, donations, and other forms of assistance followed through the initiatives of various units, colleges, and alumni. we came through for our students who were stranded in the midst of the province-wide lockdown. The Bayanihan spirit was so much more felt and is infinitely alive in the hearts of every BUeño. We did not leave any student behind and ensured their safe return from their families. We are not indifferent to your plight, my dear students, because we care more than you would ever realize. Now, on our 51st founding anniversary, we call on the same communal spirit of sharing and service as we take on the celebratory cry of Pagandurog to our students and frontliners. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya. Reflecting the spirit of unity and oneness, we call on the entire Bicol University family to extend your help to share and serve as change agents for social transformation and development. As we give due honor to our frontliners, we are likewise keeping in mind the travails and despair, the joys and hopes, the cry and anguish of our students in keeping with the sudden change in learning and living. Your Bicol University cares, and this is not just mere lip service. We walk our talk as we are launching the social service program for Tabang sa Pag-adal. We may be in the midst of this pandemic storm, but we don't just sit and lick our wounds. We are, after all, a resilient people. We think of ways and means to help ourselves and to help others more. That is the Bicol University spirit infused in every BU scholar and in every faculty and personnel. And it is what we bring out best as we celebrate and look back at our moments and continue to look ahead and live our dreams for Bicol University. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya is the celebratory cry of the Bicol University family. Should we not celebrate? Perhaps not in the usual way we often look up to in terms of celebration, but the spirit of service and helping where we are most needed is always worthy of being celebrated. As one Bicol University family, let us continue living our dreams and helping others to live theirs and build more dreams together. Congratulations to all of us and happy 51st founding anniversary, dear Bicol University. Today I sense a quiet stillness from an academic institution that thrives on sounds and the pulsating beat of everyday life. I sense a subdued, celebratory mood that has replaced the lively and festive air every September as we celebrate the life and times of our beloved Bicol University. As I look back at the golden moments in last year's 50th founding anniversary, the carnival rides, the food booth, the open-air cultural night, the glitz and glamour of the entire celebration, I can't help but be nostalgic. But all the nostalgia cannot replace the feeling of pride I have right now for my Bicol University family. Because in spite of the present situation, we have been thrust in unexpectedly. We have managed to ride the waves of change that this COVID-19 pandemic has brought. With each other's constant help and support, we were able to pool our innate talents and resources to organize in such a short time a capability enhancement for flexible learning. Our respective colleges, units, and offices all came together to ensure that safety mechanisms were in place to guarantee that the usual process will not be hampered or limited. Adaptive measures were likewise instituted. Most of all, each of us rose to the challenge of this pandemic by responding to the needs of our students, faculty members, and frontliners who were caught off guard during the lockdown.
Local time ngunyan and fabrication laboratory kan Bicol University College of Industrial Technology sa pagibo kan mga face shields para sa mga frontliners sa rehiyon.
Magkakatapa, sabi ko sa nila, this is the best time to help. So mumatay ako ng ibinigay because indeed, this is the best time to help.
Ngunya nasubuot ang panahon tanganing magtarabangan ng gad na maprotehiran ng mga frontliners sa Bicol, dawa nga ni daay pang naitatalang positibong kaso ng COVID-19 sa rehiyon. Thea Omelan, ABS-CBN News.
Alumni, partner institutions, along with the skills and talents of our faculty and personnel, were able to fabricate face shields, disinfectant mats, and others that were given to our frontliners as immediate assistance. This resulted in an enhanced and widespread COVID-19 assistance. We opened our doors to our medical frontliners and offered our grounds and dormitories, even in our external campuses. Food, donations, and other forms of assistance followed through the initiatives of various units, colleges, and alumni. we came through for our students who were stranded in the midst of the province-wide lockdown. The Bayanihan spirit was so much more felt and is infinitely alive in the hearts of every BUeño. We did not leave any student behind and ensured their safe return from their families. We are not indifferent to your plight, my dear students, because we care more than you would ever realize. Now, on our 51st founding anniversary, we call on the same communal spirit of sharing and service as we take on the celebratory cry of Pagandurog to our students and frontliners. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya. Reflecting the spirit of unity and oneness, we call on the entire Bicol University family to extend your help to share and serve as change agents for social transformation and development. As we give due honor to our frontliners, we are likewise keeping in mind the travails and despair, the joys and hopes, the cry and anguish of our students in keeping with the sudden change in learning and living. Your Bicol University cares, and this is not just mere lip service. We walk our talk as we are launching the social service program for Tabang sa Pag-adal. We may be in the midst of this pandemic storm, but we don't just sit and lick our wounds. We are, after all, a resilient people. We think of ways and means to help ourselves and to help others more. That is the Bicol University spirit infused in every BU scholar and in every faculty and personnel. And it is what we bring out best as we celebrate and look back at our moments and continue to look ahead and live our dreams for Bicol University. Burugkos, burunyog sa pag-andurog sa panahon ng pandemya is the celebratory cry of the Bicol University family. Should we not celebrate? Perhaps not in the usual way we often look up to in terms of celebration, but the spirit of service and helping where we are most needed is always worthy of being celebrated. As one Bicol University family, let us continue living our dreams and helping others to live theirs and build more dreams together. Congratulations to all of us and happy 51st founding anniversary, dear Bicol University.
House Rule Number 1, all participants will be muted in the entirety of the conference, except the moderator and the speaker or whoever is given the floor by the moderator. House Rule Number 2, attendees may opt to turn off their videos. House Rule Number 3, please observe proper chat etiquette. A. Only post questions or comments relevant to the topic. B. Avoid using capital letters and vulgar words. House Rule number 4. When listening to the research presentation, please keep your microphone in mute mode to avoid unnecessary sounds that may disturb the ongoing presentations. House Rule number 5. Kindly send your questions, comments, suggestions via chat publicly, to everyone. Moderators and speakers will attend to your queries during the open forum. House Rule number 6. A certificate of participation will only be given to those, 1. who were able to register via Zoom, and 2. will submit an evaluation form at the end of the conference. Wait for the moderator's instructions on how to claim your certificate. Thank you.
The 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development. Kalimera from Athens, Greece. And thank you to all our participants, 228 right now inside the Zoom room, and more than 100 in FB live streaming. This morning, we had an engaging discussion about connecting learners in a multicultural setting. We also listened to completed studies on pedagogy and pandemic. This afternoon, we are going to listen to another interesting, engaging, and relevant topic. And allow me to introduce to you another highly esteemed and reputable resource person. All the way from Athens, Greece, it is my pleasure to present to you Ms. Foteni Beniti. He is a state EFL teacher and teacher trainer in Athens, Greece. She holds a BA in English Language and Literature from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, an MA from University of Brighton, United Kingdom, and a Master in Education from Hellenic Open University. She has been teaching for over 38 years, both in private and public sector, mostly in experimental schools of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. She has a long list of accomplishments as an academician and scholar, a teacher trainer, a collaborator, a researcher, and of course, a speaker in different conferences and seminars. Allow me to read to you some of her salient academic qualifications. She belongs to the academic staff also of the Mediterranean College, University of Derby, teaching English for academic purpose and English for specific purpose for both undergraduate and postgraduate students. He is an expert on the following topics: design and implementation of project and topic-based methodologies, cross-cultural and cross-curricular approaches, multi-grade and multicultural education, education for refugee children, innovation in ELT education, community cohesion and global citizenship, diversity, human rights, teaching autistic children, teacher development, education for sustainable development, democratic schools, and gender inequality. She has been an active collaborator, officer, and participant in mentorship programs, in practicum, in international projects in their country and in other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and a privilege to present to you our second resource person to talk about the topic fostering gender equality and EFL teaching during the pandemic. Friends, let us all welcome Ms. Fotini Benite.
Good morning from Alphas Greece. I'm Fotini Venetti. I'm an EFL teacher, teacher trainer, and a mentor of the University of Athens, English faculty. Moreover, I'm an academic tutor in Mediterranean College in Athens, Greece, and an ambassador for Learn to Change in Greece. Speaking about Learn to Change, I have to tell you that this is an organization which collaborates with the European Union on various issues and topics. Lately, we have collaborated and we have done lots of research and we have produced lots of materials on the issue of gender equality, especially at schools. I have to tell you that I'm going to share with you today 15 activities in total, which actually address primary education. But I think that if a teacher is interested to elaborate and reflect on these activities, you may turn them and they can be easily adopted in higher education and sometimes in tertiary education. In this context, I'm going to share with you there are too many, so I'd like to just apologize in case we cannot implement some of them just right now, but possibly you can implement them in your own classes, in your own context. So I'm sharing my screen. So the title is obvious. Empowering gender equality through EFL teaching or any other kind of teaching. Is it a man's world? We wonder. So the first activity, the first, let's say, contact with you is to find out about us as people. And my first question would be to you, who does what in your home? A very simple question with so many answers. Actually, the activity tries to compare the different family members in relation to the common house chores. We have a hypothesis here. The hypothesis is that women and girls spend more of their time doing these chores, and thus they are left with less free time in order to pursue their interests, studies, etc. This activity also aims to explore the reasons for these differences and whether there are differences between the parents and the children's generations. The steps. The steps are again these ones. Learners are given the activity sheet and some time to fill it individually. And then you can compare the results either in pairs or in groups. We definitely have some expected outcomes to recognize that assumptions about women and men may be conscious or unconscious and can result in different kinds of treatment. Discuss about gendered patterns of behavior in household chores, the degree of discipline, expectations, etc. Compare similarities and differences in the gendered patterns of behaviors in household. Argue how gendered patterns of behavior may be challenged, and outline the concept of inequality. Sorry about this delay. Okay, so this is actually the sheet that you can share. The question remains the same: who does what in your home? And you would have been asked it, but now we don't have the time. You can ask your students to take the different people in their family who usually does its chore, including, of course, yourself. You can see the chores here, like washing the dishes or doing the ironing, making the beds, dusting the furniture, cleaning the kitchen, repairing things, or babysitting. And on your right-hand side, you can see the 5 columns. You can think about yourself, your spouse, your children, your parents, or even your grandparents. As far as I know, let's say Filipino families may share the same premises. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Okay. Some questions, let's say, that may arise here. What is your opinion about these differences? What implications do these differences have for women and men? Are differences between women's chores and men's chores still maintained in your own generation? Are there any other important differences in the way you were brought up by your parents? What is the impact of inequality facing household and family responsibilities on careers? And how might these patterns of behaviors be challenged? How could you personally, as a man or a woman, challenge these patterns? So now we have to move to our role, to our other role as teachers, EFL teachers or teachers. Here, I'm sharing with you what Barnes wrote in 1989, that active learning is and should be purposive, reflective, negotiated, critical, complex, situation-driven, and engaging. And if you can have a look at this short video, I'm sure that your parents, if you're a man, your parents were expecting you to become a hero. And if you're a girl, a female, your parents may be expecting you to become a princess. So during our research with Learn to Change, we decided to, let's say, to search first the section of children. And actually, we try to find out how children explain equality or inequality. So in this part, I'd like to share with you a video. I hope I can do it. So I'm going to stop sharing for a while and try to share another. No, I can't do it. I don't know if someone from the technical part can do. Is it possible? Can someone help, or shall I do it, let's say, in another way? Okay, I think I can share it with you now. So please, let's watch it. All right, I have to take it to the beginning.
Jeg heter Selma, og jeg heter Martin. Jeg heter Ask. Jeg heter Victoria. Jeg heter Lars. Og jeg heter Felicia.
Nå har jeg en liten jobb til dere. Jeg tenkte dere skulle putte de blå ballene i den ene vasen, og de rosa i den andre.
Okay. Skal vi ta rosa i den og blå i den da? Nei. Annet. Blå i denne.
Men nå skal dere få belønningen deres.
Oi. Hva er dette for noe? Hva er dette for noe?
Ok, og nå kan dere åpne øynene.
Oi. Hva? Jeg fikk litt mer.
Molly, grunnen til at du har fått mindre enn Thomas, det er faktisk fordi du er jente.
Det er kjemperart. Det er ikke bra. Det er skikkelig urettferdig.
Hva tenker du, Felicia?
Vi har jobbet helt likt, og så får vi ikke det samme. Vi var like flinke, og vi burde få like mye.
Hvorfor det?
Fordi ellers så blir det urettferdig. Det er liksom ikke forskjell på jente og gutt, da. Jeg tenker at det er feil.
Hvorfor er det feil?
Jenter er ikke mindre verdt enn gutter. Det har ikke noe å si hvis man er gutt eller jente. Sånn, jeg tror det er litt mye nå. Nei. Nå har vi like mye. Nå har vi like mye.
Okay. I think that we all got an idea how children, let's say, perceive all this about equality. And now we'll try to share, okay, my PowerPoint. So, let's move to another activity. It's called Ask Grandma. Actually, this is a compare and contrast activity by which learners benefit from exposure to different and unfamiliar lifestyles, a comparison not for judging, but for understanding, involving looking at similarities and differences and empathic understanding of other generations. This activity also allows learners to find out about their hopes, about their desires, feelings, their decision and experiences of different generations. Learners can probably note down some similarities and differences with their own feelings at the same time. As learners, they're interviewing a family member, and the activity trains, I'd like you to pay attention to this, empathic understanding of difference, not its depreciation. So a possible interview with your students' grandmas could be, let's say, some possible questions like how easy her childhood was, or if she managed to finish school, to graduate, or if she was allowed to go out at night with friends and boys, etc. If your family chose her spouse, to be honest, I don't know what's the Filipino, let's say, attitude on this issue. Do Filipinos choose their own spouses by themselves, or their families does it? Also, other questions like, could you express yourself with your family members? And so many, because you see, students can really make up, invent very interesting questions. It doesn't move at all, I don't know. I will give it a try. Right. Let's move. Okay. Let's see the steps. I'm going to do it the other way. The steps are here. The teacher explains the activity, learners interview their grandmothers, then the teacher distributes the interview worksheet, of course, after having selected or adopting the questions from the students' list. Learners carry out and complete their interviews in their free time, and the teacher promotes the sharing of learners' findings through question and listening to learners' inputs. And at the very end, he or she can summarize key ideas on the board using a Venn diagram. Debriefing is a very important stage for any activity. I think we implement in our classes. The materials I said before is that worksheet and the Venn diagram. I'm insisting on the Venn diagram. I'm sure that you're all acquainted with this, by John Venn, where students can write, let's say, all the past, let's say, approaches, present approaches, and in the middle, some possible common things. Now, we move to the third activity, which is called Tales, Heroes, or Heroines. I'm not sure if you can recognize, maybe you can recognize some of these characters here, like Peter Pan or Shrek or Pinocchio or Hercules, whatever.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine.
So, which is the focus of this activity? Well, this activity targets to make learners reflect on the different characteristics attributed to fictional male and female characters and whether that thing influences their perceptions of adult life. The objectives. Learners have to explore the connection existing between fiction characters and gender stereotypes and relate them to the inequalities observed in adult life. Also, learners explore toy marketing linked again to gender stereotypes and relate how it connects with inequalities observed in adult life. The steps are here. I'm going to be a bit fast because I know time is running. The teacher asks learners to list the best known 5 tales heroes and 5 heroines. And then learners actually have to analyze its fictional character and provide their main characteristics. When we talk about analysis, let's say character analysis, we mean here that learners can give, let's say, details as for the characters' exterior appearance, clothes, outfits, predominant colors, or even things about their personality. So learners analyze if those characteristics could be interchangeable between the male and the female characters and why. In other words, learners compare these characteristics. We move to another one. It's called Think, Pair, Share, and it's based on a very famous Greek fabulist. I'm sure that you are all acquainted with Aesop, and especially the story called The Ant and the Cricket. The activity aims to help learners support individual reflection. Also, it aims to teach learners to exchange ideas with their partners and build their oral skills, especially for language teachers. I think this is a very useful activity. I'll try to share with you the story. I'm not sure if it works from here. Otherwise, I'll do it the other way. Please bear with me. No. I'll try to share it if it's there. No, I cannot see it on my screen. So probably I have to stop this sharing and try to I want to just apologize for all this inconvenience. Hopefully it will work now. Yes, I think it will work. Okay, so let's watch The Ant and the Cricket, a very didactic story.
Aesop's The Ant and the Cricket.
It's summertime. The sun is hot. Let's go out to play. The weather's nice. The sky is blue. It's a beautiful day. Here's a cricket in the field. He sings and jumps and plays. He sings a song all day long. He loves the summer days. There's an ant. She's very small. She's finding food to eat. She works all summer, all day long, and never has a treat.
Mrs. Ant, please stop now. Don't find food today. The summer is long and we can play. find food another day.
Mr. Cricket, I can't stop now. Winter is coming soon. You must find food, or you'll be hungry from October until June.
Mrs. Ant, why do it now? The summer is so long. Find your food another day. But now let's sing a song.
The ant finds food. The cricket plays. And now it is September. The wind is cold. The rain is wet, and soon it is December. It's cold now, cold with snow. The ant is in her home. She's warm and happy. She has food, and she is not alone. It's cold outside. The cricket is hungry. He has no lunch or sweet.
Why did I play all summer long, and now I've nothing to eat?
The ant in her house sees the cricket outside and gives him some of the food.
Take that this time, but next year, work hard, Cricket. It's for your own good.
Thank you, my friend. You saved my life. I learnt an important thing. Next summer, I'll work hard and find lots of food. Then, in the winter, we'll sing.
Okay. I'll try to go on with a new sharing with my, okay. I hope it works now. There seems to be some kind of delay. Okay, so I think it works. Okay, so after watching that, before going on, I'd like to tell you that some of this material you may think that it is addressed only to, let's say, primary students, but I can tell you that it's a very good material for secondary education and tertiary sometimes, because every teacher can elaborate. I mean, you can make some other, you can give some other alternatives. It depends on the issue of your wish to deal with gender equality in class. So what actually we do after our students watch the video is to present them with these two pictures. The first one actually is from the story. The second, you can find lots of such pictures in the internet where students can be provided with lots of jobs. So after your students listen to the fable, you have to ask your learners about the two illustrations and think about the relation between them. On a second stage, each learner has to pair with another, or also you can make some groups and share their own thoughts. And finally, the teacher helps the learners to share their thoughts in the whole classroom, which usually takes place through debriefing. Some ideas, I'm sharing here with you some ideas for debriefing. Why you think children have to go to school, or why people have to work, or you may open a discussion about your learners, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers' jobs. Let them tell you, express themselves why work is important in people's lives, or about their future plans, what they want to become if they're still young, when they grow up or after they graduate. And also some other more, let's say, limited questions like, or targeted questions, I would say, if they think that all people can do all kinds of jobs. If some of your learners answer no, you may ask them to give you some examples, and then the discussion can be on. Now we move into another activity, which is called I Really Wanted to Be Doing What Engineers Were Doing. And it's based on a film. I don't know if you have seen that film before. It's called Hidden Figures. And we have some, we're expecting for some learning outcomes. Learners to discuss why it might be the key decisions for a fulfilling career. Learners to internalize what gender stereotypes might constrain their own choices, and learners to work out the meaning of taking action, of following their dreams, etc., etc. Actually, the activity addresses a situation which occurred before learners were born, which focuses both gender and ethnic stereotypes, and whose protagonists have achieved their goals through the knowledge of mathematics and women's leadership. Actually, this is a poster of a relevant film, Hidden Figures. You can find it definitely also as a book. I want to share a scene, because actually during this activity, we focus on a specific scene. It's called the bathroom scene. And if it works, I'm going to share it with you. I think yes.
Νέα Μπεπανθόλ δέρμα είναι υδατική κρέμα προσώπου ημέρας για το ξηρό δέρμα. Άμεση ενυδάτωση που διαρκεί.
Watch it.
Where the hell have you been? Everywhere I look, you're not where I need you to be. It's not my imagination. Now, where the hell do you go every day?
To the bathroom, sir.
To the bathroom. To the damn bathroom. For 40 minutes a day? What are you doing there? We're T-minus 0 here. I put a lot of faith in you.
There's no bathroom for me here.
What do you mean there's no bathroom for you here?
There is no bathroom. There are no colored bathrooms in this building, or any building outside the West Campus, which is half a mile away. Did you know that? I have to walk to Timbuktu just to relieve myself. And I can't use one of the handy bikes. Picture that, Mr. Harrison. My uniform, skirt below my knees, my heels, and a simple string of pearls. Well, I don't own pearls. Lord knows you don't pay colors enough to afford pearls. And I work like a dog, day and night, living off of coffee from a pot none of you want to touch. So, excuse me if I have to go to the restroom a few times a day.
Okay. I don't know if you really got a bit shocked by this bathroom scene. Let me go on. I can. I'll try. No, I have to stop this sharing and give it a try again. Okay, so let's see the steps of this activity. The teacher explains the story of the movie and projects the bathroom scene that we've just watched. Then the teacher asks learners to take some notes individually while watching the video using the response sheet. You're going to see the response sheet in a while. You may divide your learners into pairs, and then pairs can compare and complete notes. Or you may also have groups of 4, and then again, groups have to share their own findings. Teacher plays the role actually of the moderator, because usually this kind of scenes can raise, let's say, some kind of class debate, or if this doesn't happen in your own context, surely you can bring some questions like what feelings did your students experience while they watched the video, why they think that it is important to watch this video, if they think that that video tackles issues that are still important, and some other questions like what do you think about women becoming engineers? Is this an issue, still an issue in modern societies? Why is that? You may also, let's say, elaborate on racial and gender discrimination discussion, how your students see the situation today. And then I suggest here that teachers should go round robin brainstorming, because I'm going to explain to you why I like this kind of brainstorming. Okay, we are all acquainted, we're all familiar with the classic brainstorming, but with round robin brainstorming, your meetings can be more organized, and this, let's say, brainstorming can ensure that each participant is able to introduce his or her own ideas. Okay, we do respect traditional brainstorming because it's very useful and very famous for its openness and freedom. But the round robin method is structured in creativity. And this is the way we can let creative lateral ideas come to the surface and also stimulate our learners in creative solutions. So this is the answer sheet I was talking to you about. The students can write, I had no idea, or I learned this thing today. And here in this table, they can complete things about gender stereotypes, and in the other one, about racial stereotypes. We move into another activity. It's called designing a wall newspaper, a special edition. This is going to be a special edition on gender issues. You're going to see how you can implement this activity. Well, the teacher, of course, explains the activity and discusses all practical arrangements. Class has to decide on the content of the newspaper. I mean, target readers, the sections, the front page, which words should be highlighted, who does what, allocation of roles, and things like that. Students can have small meetings or whole class meetings. And okay, the teacher, as always, plays the role of the supervisor. and help the groups. After learners have finished their own project, the newspaper can be placed creatively on any wall. The briefing session is important, as we said. Actually, this activity promotes, it's obvious here, okay, it can be, it's quite, let's say, beneficial, especially for teachers of, let's say, language teachers, art teachers, ICT teachers. Its end product is a newspaper which is devoted to exploring gender issues. And this kind of newspaper may be a good stimulus and for other classes to start, let's say, dealing with gender issues. As for the debriefing, okay, learners share experiences, what sections they developed, the difficulties that they had, how the decision-making processes were carried out, any difficulties related to designing the different sections, the editing, the reviewing, and things like that. I have to be a little bit faster, I think. The other one is called Encountering History. And you can see here the steps. Actually, this activity has got two parts. The first part can be done at home, and the second is something that we call gallery walk. Class is divided into groups. Each group has to create a poster for the gallery walk. For this poster, the groups have to research and reveal women's history that they do not know about and that they find interest and what they find interesting and worth disclosing. So each group has to produce a poster on a flip chart paper, and then all these posters are put on the wall. There must be given, you must give, let's say, your groups the necessary time for that gallery walk. Posters are numbered. Posters can be placed on different walls. There should be, of course, enough space between posters so that learners can comfortably view the gallery. And there are some observation sheets prepared by the teacher, which can be handed out to the learners. On the day of the gallery walk, each group walks around the gallery. I believe that this diagram is quite helpful so that you can understand the gallery walk. Every group can have its own time and fill in then the observation sheet. Especially, we focus on the key messages of each poster. Posters can stay in the room, and the debriefing can be done either the same day or the next day. Some other ideas for debriefing could be that groups could share their observations, and then as for the teacher summarizes key ideas. Teachers have to be sure that learners have grasped all those many aspects of women's history, which are not included in history books, and issues about gender equality in society, and let's say a clearer understanding of how gender stereotypes are embedded in our societies and things like that. Expected outcomes, okay, learners research how different content in textbooks and curricula are important avenues towards equality within education. And the focus of this activity, in situations where relevant women in history are not included in the official curricula, they have to be made visible and known to compensate for the omission and rebuild the gender balance in the curriculum. Gender inequality should be regarded as a social problem and not only as a woman's problem, as probably some people may think. Another one is called I See, I Think, I Wonder. I know that I have not much time left. You see, we provide our students with these two pictures coming from a school's playgrounds. Actually, this activity is based on a thinking routine. It's called I See, I Think, I Wonder. So we challenge actually our learners to take a critical look at how differently space, either in colleges or at schools, is taken up by boys and girls, and about the implications this may have in their personal development, and not only in their self-perception as well, and even in their career prospects. Frankly speaking, this activity aims to guide learners in their thinking process, namely by helping them differentiate between what they objectively see and can describe and what they think or would like to know about what they see. So between what is objective and what is subjective. So as I said before, we show the two pictures and we ask them to write down what they can see. Then we ask them what they think, and then we ask them what they wonder. Then they have to share their ideas with their partner. And finally, the ideas can be shared in the whole group through the debriefing. Okay, the role for the teacher is the usual one, monitoring. And presumably, we say here that teachers will have to challenge some of the answers if objective and subjective ideas are mixed up, because this may happen. Some other ideas that you can see here about debriefing. If you have to do with university students, for example, you may ask questions like how different these playgrounds are today comparing to the ones that you had. If, according to your students' experience, boys and girls play the same games and sports in the playground. If your students feel that they have the same rights and the same privileges during their breaks. At what age, let's say, your students started behaving differently in the playground. You may also, let's say, extend all these to uniforms. If uniforms, school uniforms or colleges uniforms affect the way boys and girls not only play, but behave and react. And if they think that it is possible the behavior they learned in the playground has affected their own interests in some school subjects or even their future career choices. Okay, learners discuss about the playgrounds and the school structures. Learners explain how, let's say, the above things may be at the root of gender segregation on the labor market, preventing women from reaching their full potential. Learners question self-awareness and self-reflection on gender stereotypes by confronting their own perceptions on gender equality, of course, and learners differentiate between what is objective and what is subjective. Now, we could, if we had time, we could implement this activity. That's my question to you. Where you think will you be in 10 years' time? We also have some expectations here. We expect learners to explore how they see themselves in 10 years as human beings or as professionals, and also discover at the same time the implications of their choices and confront their choices with those of other colleagues. Actually, this is a forward-looking storytelling activity, a hands-on learning to help our learners focus their attention on what is essential and especially to think positively about the time they spend at and for school, university, whatever, and compare choices regarding their future as human beings or professionals. So you may ask your learners either to depict something or to write a short poem. We can't do it. I'm so sorry. You can see here some variations. of future plans and realities. I can see myself somewhere like a pensioner. Okay, so the focus is in 10 years' time. The story has to be consistent, while it is important to explain the reason for the choices made. I didn't give you the reasons for my choice, but we can talk about it later. Well, learners are free to decide how they will tell the story. It could be a stand-up comedy, it could be a video recording, a short video clip, a collage, a poster, an interview, whatever they decide. The teacher and the learners, of course, negotiate the calendar, and the teacher needs to think about allotting time, you see, considering number of presentations, etc., and reminds learners, despite the fact that they can be creative and present their own stories, a good story has a beginning, a middle, and an ending. This is very important for language teachers and especially for our learners' writing skills. Then there's a sharing of presentations and debriefing. Ideas for debriefing, if they enjoyed the activity, if it was difficult for your students to think about themselves, what new ideas or questions they had, and if they considered their own gender while they were trying to project their own future. I think time is so limited, so I have to be really in a rush. Real men don't cry. What do you think? Well, this is another activity. It's based on group work, sharing of findings, and the development of a critical view of what behaviors society as a whole expects from men and women. This is based on 4 texts. I can share them with you anytime. You're going to see them just the headlines. All groups, after they deal with the text, all groups select a speaker to present their work done. Each of the groups, every group should have, let's say, segregated gender, boys and girls. And then the debriefing is a very important part. Boys are humans as well. Okay, these are the texts. The first one is called Real Men Don't Cry. The pictures can tell you a lot. Real men are the breadwinners, text 2. These 2 texts are given to the girls. Women should look flawless, text 3. This is given to the boys. And women are quiet and passive. This is also given to the boys. Okay, let's see the ideas for debriefing. You can raise questions like if your students enjoyed the tasks, if they had some issues on about this topic, if the discussion was useful to them, if they changed, if that, let's say, discussion within the groups made them think about gender in another way, how they felt after this activity. Okay, I don't want, let's say, to waste some time on this. The expectation is based on this, that learners discover the gender discrimination, that gender discrimination is a complex multi-level system which comprises, but it's not limited to, which comprises roles and identities at the individual level first, cultural beliefs and behaviors in relation to one another, and to society at the level when we are at the level of interactions. I'm going faster. This is another, let's say, activity, suggested activity. It's called, if you wrote a book, what the title could be. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, now it works. So what we need here, we need to have some kind of preparation. I mean, you may ask students look at the books in the school or college library to make a selection of the readers. And you may ask also your students to bring their own favorite readers to class. The teacher explains the whole situation and how the activity is going to be done. Teacher gives some time for learners to grasp the concept. And what the teacher actually asks from the students is to pick up, let's say, one important male character and one important female character. So during the supervision, let's say, learners can share their selected illustration. The teacher asks also the learners how they selected the male and the female characters which were portrayed in the book. Then the teacher asks learners to compare the characters of the traditional stories and the characters he or she has shown them. And we can help our learners by asking questions and through debriefing. Learners actually, what we expect, our learners compare different content in children's books to discover gender stereotyping. The focus of this activity is the difference in characteristics between girls and boys in traditional storybooks, where we all know that the girl is the passive princess or poor girl who will become a nice princess one day and get married to a prince, etc. Or the boy will become the hero who frees the princess and saves and then marries her. So I think it is important to give our learners time to understand that the world of heroes and princesses is not the real world. And I'm sure that you will all agree with me. Then some ideas for debriefing. I try to find, I don't know how I can read this Filipino short story. Maybe you know better than me. So in debriefing, some questions. Is there a specific book that your students like? Why? If your students feel that the books that they like portray the males and the female characters in a realistic way. And the last question, if they were going to write a book that would treat characters, genders fairly, what would the title be and why? Okay, sorry, okay. The other activity is called My Culture, Your Culture, Our Cultures. And it's all about culture. Well, in this activity, I usually let my students sit on the floor, okay? And my question is, what makes you special? I give them this question because I want to help them focus on their thoughts. I want to get to know them. I mean, I want to know what kind of music they like, what, let's say, festivities they have in their own families, what they have for breakfast, if they have breakfast. And then there can be some kind of, let's say, exchange of similar answers or who shared different answers. And then the teacher can explain that we're all different and we all have similarities. And this is what really makes us unique. And then you can raise this question, what would the world be if we all acted the same way and if we all spoke the same language? This is a good chance to let your student think and participate in this kind of, let's say, dialogue. And then you can extend it a little bit. I mean, you can ask them, do learners in our school or in our college or university all speak the same language? And then students can start thinking about their own colleagues and try to depict or understand which are the cultural elements that make their fellow colleague different and special. In the end, a worksheet can be made, and in the debriefing session, some very nice issues may be discussed, because this activity gives our learners the chance to explore their culture and the culture of their classmates, and of course to value the potential of cultural diversity. I'm not going to talk about cultural diversity because you've already had enough this morning with the other presentation. We have to think, what I want to share with you and make you think critically is that what we have to do in our colleges, universities, schools is that we should have a kind of culture. I mean, Bicol University should have its own culture, and I'm sure it has. It does have it, because this is the only way we can foster cultural diversity, and we can let learners, let's say, respect that cultural diversity, because this is the only way they can be prepared to live and work in a context where every individual is unique. Diversity, as you know, improves critical thinking skills. It builds empathy and encourages students to think differently and creatively. So there is a very nice video. I don't know, could you inform me if I have more time? Can I go on? I don't know. I see that face moving. I think yes. We're going to see schools from different places of the world. After the ads, I have to apologize about the ads. These are Greek ads. Okay. After that second. Okay, let's watch it now. You're going to see different schools from various places so that you can have that diversity in education. You can see also Philippines inside.
We are not seeing your video.
Oh, sorry. So it means, okay, sorry. So it means that there's no sharing. Okay, thank you for telling me.
Share.
Yes, I will share it. I will try. Yes, I will try, but it's okay. Let's watch it from this point, and because do I have more time? How much time is left?
You can take time. 10 minutes.
Okay. Just let me know if you can see it now. Can you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Philippines, you see, Manila. Adult education here. Okay. So let's go on. I'm going to be as fast as I can. Another activity is called color symbol image. I'm going really, really fast. Actually, the book that I have used in this activity is Animal Farm by George Orwell, but this is just an example book. You can make use of any books you want. Learners have to identify the key ideas and also to explore non-verbal ways of expressing their ideas. At the very end, they're going to be provided with a color symbol image paper where which will allow them to reflect about about the different ideas that they have listened to, and also the comprehension of those different ideas. I'm going really fast. Just sharing with you here, all animals are equal. Very famous, but some animals are more equal than others. Students can, as I said, can provide you after, let's say, doing all this this activity. They can provide you. I'm just overcoming this. Like this, you can see this is this actually comes from one of my classes. Students chose their red color because it states how Napoleon and Snowball were never in agreement. As for the symbol, they chose a smiley face because the farm animals were happy as they had ever conceived it possible to be. And the image, as for the image, they chose two angry pigs as they say their symbol because Napoleon and Snowball debated and were angry at each other throughout, etc., etc. What's the story behind the scene? This is also a nice activity. You present students with this scene, and then you can ask students what's the story behind the scene, if they can describe what they see, who are these people, where are they going, if it reminds them a similar experience. Then more concrete questions like, look at the woman with the basket. why she looks worried, what she's thinking, and things like that. I'm running. And after, let's say you have done all these with your students, then you can ask your students to write this this writing piece. The topic is, imagine you are the bus or the train. It is 10 p.m. and you're finally resting in your garage or platform. Imagine how you feel and tell your partners what you have done all day. So students are given, let's say, the beginning of that writing piece. I started working at 8, for example, a.m. this morning. So learners actually build up their own story. And I find this activity quite interesting because it gives your context the chance to take the place of a means of transport. I mean, they can easily grasp some abstract concepts, okay, and explore their own different perspectives as for the means of transport. Well, this routine, let's say, being in the place of someone, can open a gateway to empathy and creativity, because this is what actually this activity does. Learners are asked to adopt the viewpoint of an inanimate object, which might be a bit difficult for some of your learners, but you are there to help them. The last one, and this is called Picture the Picture. It has to do with, I'm sorry, but I can't hear my music. Okay, the sound is there, okay. Fine. So it doesn't matter. So picture the pictures. You see so many jobs. The teacher lists 25 jobs slowly, and you give your learners to picture them in their minds. And then there is a discussion on which of these jobs, let's say, could be listed in masculine, and which ones in feminine gender. And then there's another discussion on which job they think can be depicted only for men, which one only for women. You see here the layout, lots of jobs like florist, receptionist, flight attendant, whatever. And the findings, because I said that I implemented this, is that, and lots of activities, not only this, and I think this is the most important thing that we should pay attention, is that gender stereotypes exist in us. This is the truth in us, in our society, and in our educational systems. Families all over the world are still influenced by the stereotypes of older generations. Remains of masculine-oriented society still exist nowadays, and this is obvious in most languages. I don't know about the Filipino, maybe you can guide me. In school environments, colleges environment, gender stereotypes affect, on most occasions, a young person's classroom experience, his or her academic performance, and subject choices. Gender stereotypes, of course, oh, sorry, it went. I'm trying to, okay. So gender stereotypes shape the way we interact with others and influence participation in the world of work. Assumptions about girls and boys may be conscious or unconscious and may result in different treatment of one group compared to another. Gender asymmetries and stereotypes do have an impact, inter alia, on the way girls and boys are more or less successful in certain areas of knowledge and skills. Out of school and family contexts are often rich in implicit messages related to gender. Teachers, of course, we do have the responsibility to make the implications of such messages visible to our students and try to change them. And eliminating gender stereotypes is an educational priority, which can enable girls and boys to have equal opportunities and the right to choose throughout their school, academic career, career paths, etc., etc. And some more findings. Nouns in some languages are gendered, but it is a custom to tell them in the masculine gender. I don't know why. You can give the answer. English languages, for the English languages, I'm an English teacher, does have some different words for masculine and feminine jobs. And gender equality, that's what Learn to Change in collaboration with the European Union, we came to that conclusion that gender equality should be included in one or another way in our EFL teaching or syllabus, and of course, national curricula. The pedagogical approach of the presented activities, I'm just sharing them with you very, very fast because I know I'm very late. You see active methodologies, experiential learning, assessment, learning to learn. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart with a picture from your area, which I visited a few years ago. And I still keep the memory of Filipino hospitality and educational background. I want to thank Big Four University. Whatever you need, you can see my email. Thank you so much. From where we be.
Thank you very much, Madame Fufu, Madame Utene Venite, direct from Athens, Greece right now. That was really a detailed presentation of practice-based experiences and insights. Specifically, French, she talked about different materials developed by schools and faculty from Greece in cooperation with the European Union. And if you would note, instructional materials are tools that will promote effective learning, but will also promote gender equality. Activities like Interview Grandma, Real Men Don't Cry, Where You Think You Will Be in 10 years, and many more are interesting activities that will also be appropriate to Filipino learners and to other learners all around the world. We have noted a number of comments from the chat box and from FB live streaming requesting for the material from the resource person. And yes, we will be sending you the materials. Please give us time. We also noted that some of you are being cut due to poor internet connection and to bad weather in some parts of the country. No worries, the live streaming video will be available afterwards, so you can view again if there is a need to. And so right now, we will be ready to read some of your questions. May I take a look at the chat box? There are messages of appreciation to our plenary speaker. Many are sending even private messages requesting for a copy of the materials. And I'm sure our resource person will be more than generous to share with us what they have developed, tried, and tested in their country. Because promoting gender equality should be done in all parts of the world. After all, if we are aware, if we remember it right, this pertains to Sustainable Development Goal number 5, gender equality, and even Sustainable Development Goal number 4, quality education, target number 7, the promotion of gender equality. So here are some comments from the chat box while waiting for some questions. Thank you very much, Ma'am Futeni. A very enjoyable presentation. I'm so glad. Thank you for giving knowledge in gender equality. And they are saying, Madam Fufu, pahingi din po ng copy, meaning requesting for a copy of the presentation.
Definitely.
Thank you, Madam, for sharing with us different pedagogical activities that promote gender equality. It was a very detailed presentation. Indeed, it was a very detailed presentation. And so we really appreciate the time of our resource person, because I understand she has to wake up early for this. I love the content of Madam Venetti. Thank you, ma'am. From Madam Vigilia G. Armende. Thank you for that gender equality through EFL teaching. And there are many more messages of appreciation and requesting for a copy of the presentation. Let us mention again some of the pedagogical approaches and strategies highlighted in the presentation. And these are experiential learning, the use of appropriate assessment, relating gender equality to the culture, giving the students the opportunity to discuss, to argue, and even to challenge them, requiring them to work individually, sometimes by pair, at other times by group. So you can note the variety of techniques mentioned in the presentation. And I'm sure you have a long list of choices. Okay, do we have some questions? Let me take a look at the comments from the FB live streaming. I would like to have a copy of the materials too. Yes, we will be sending you the materials. There are many similar comments here. There are those who are not very happy because they have been disconnected. Do not worry, dear viewers. You can view the live streaming later on at your convenient time when your internet connection allows you. Still watching from different parts of the country, from the different big islands, from Ilocos to Mindanao. So we have a wide range of participants from different levels. Interestingly, even those teachers teaching in the secondary level and in college are also interested to request for a copy of the presentation. Of course, with the permission of our resource person. Do you think, Fufu, you will be able
yes,
to
yes, of course.
us?
And there are so many other activities that have been developed, even for secondary, clearly for secondary education or tertiary education. So, yes, of course, you can share. I can share the PPT, and in case, let's say, you see that our colleagues are interested in more, I can send more. And I want to apologize for having so many, but you see, I had just to pick up a few out of the pot of the activities that we have developed.
Thank you very much, Fufu. Indeed, there are other materials appropriate for other levels, such as the high school or even the college students. And take note, my friends, they were developed considering the standards of the European Union. And standards of European Union is not at all a joke. So we really expect that these are quality instructional materials that aim to promote gender equality and gender responsiveness. With that, we would like to thank once again our resource person for the selfless act of sharing your expertise and your time with a Filipino audience and with some other viewers and listeners from different parts of the world. We noted some registered participants from China, from India, from Brazil and other parts of the world. So we thank you, Fufu. And at this juncture, we are now going to present the certificate of commendation to our highly esteemed resource person. May I ask the team to show to us the certificate for the resource person. There you go, Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, through the Center for Teaching Excellence, Extension Management Division, and Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, Legazpi City. Certificate of Commendation is awarded to Ms. Votene Benite, National and Capodistrian University of Athens, Mediterranean College, Athens, Greece, in recognition of her noteworthy participation as plenary speaker on the topic Fostering Gender Equality through EFL Teaching during the pandemic, during the 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development, held on October 28 to 30, 2021 via Zoom and Facebook live streaming. Signed, Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, PhD, SUP President 4. There you go, Ms. Votene, your certificate of commendation. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. Mabalos. And right now, we still have 279 participants inside the Zoom room and more than 100 in the Facebook live streaming, despite the poor weather in many parts of the country. So we really appreciate your presence. And once again, good afternoon from the Philippines, Fufu. Good morning, Kalimera from Athens.
Magandang
Thank you very
umaga.
much. Magandang
Still.
umaga from Athens.
From Athens. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, friends, we now move to the session for the afternoon. This afternoon, we're going to have 2 sessions and then listen to research presentations. These 2 sessions are the following. Session number 2, Curriculum and Innovation, and session number 3, Educational Policy and Management. Truly, the education sector is an ever-evolving field. To remain relevant and responsive, it is important to revisit and to review and to make innovations in the curriculum and in the teaching strategies. This afternoon, for session number 2, please have the pleasure of listening to 4 completed research papers on curriculum and innovation. Enriching the English education through the mainstreaming of global citizenship education in the secondary level by Rotessa A. Adornado.
Good day, everyone. I am going to present to you our study entitled Enriching the English Education Through the Mainstreaming of Global Citizenship in the Secondary Level. I am Rotessa A. Adornado from the College of Education, the co-study leader of Dr. Rebecca Rosario O. Bercasio. My presentation includes the following. First, background of the study. Second, objectives. Third, methodology. Fourth, results and discussion. Fifth, conclusion. And the last one is the recommendations. This slide presents you with the background of the study. This explains the importance of global citizenship education. In this study, GCED was integrated into the English curriculum for the secondary level. Global citizenship is effective in achieving peace, unity, and development while attaining personal growth. This goal can be realized by integrating global citizenship into the mainstream curriculum. Thus, the nomenclature birth of global citizenship education. Creating global citizens who are aware of the wider world and have a sense of their roles as citizens of the world, who respect and value diversity, who have an understanding of how the world works economically, politically, socially, culturally, technologically, and environmentally, requires holistic education strategies and a paradigm shift in education discourse. According to UNESCO, GSED is anchored on the three domains of learning, namely cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral. GSED explores authentic learning. It offers a real-life context of learning through the phenomenon-themed lessons. The information transferred to students is based on real-world phenomena. The next slide gives you the objectives of the study. The first one is to assess the proposed phenomenon-based learning interventions which integrate global citizenship, considering appropriateness for integration, relevance to the curriculum, flexibility for integration, and significance of the theme. The theme refers to GSED themes or the phenomena. The second objective is to determine the effectiveness of the phenomenon-based learning interventions. And the third one is to determine the insights and feedback of students and teachers involved in the phenomenon-based learning. The next slide is on materials and methods. This study made use of descriptive research design. We conducted a study at Bicol University Integrated Laboratory School High School Department for the academic year 2018-2019. In gathering the data, we made use of the questionnaire, curriculum matrix, session plans, pre- and post-tests, rubric for assessment tools, interview, and then the 10-day intervention. For a statistical treatment, we made use of descriptive statistics to gather the data for objective number 1, and inferential statistics for objective number 3. In crafting the curriculum guide, we distributed the questionnaires for the appropriateness of the materials used in the intervention. We have developed 10 session plans integrating GSED competencies and GSED phenomena. The 10 session plans consist of the following: time allotment, target learners, subject matter, targeted skills or values, GSED concepts or principles, GSED phenomenon, references or sources, learning outcomes, materials and equipment needed, and procedure. Competences for the subject matters were lifted from the K-12 curriculum guide. Thus, the session plans developed did not deviate from what was mandated by the Department of Education. The session plans underwent validation and were rated by the jurors. The summary result says that the level of appropriateness of these materials is high. The next slide shows the results for the relevance to the curriculum of the phenomenon-based materials. With the summary result of 2.90, the level of relevance is high. For flexibility for integration with the varied results for the 10 session plans, the summary result still yielded a mean of 2.66, interpreted as high for the level of flexibility. This slide shows the results for the significance of the theme of the phenomenon-based materials. All themes of the session plans are highly significant. The GSED phenomena or themes are the following: corruption, poverty, diseases, criminalities, discrimination, terrorism, human rights, fake news, gender and development, and air pollution. To determine the effectiveness of the phenomenon-based learning interventions, we made use of 3 assessment tools. The first one is the self-assessment using a 5-point Likert scale. The second one is the objective test on GSED phenomena. The third one is the essay type of test. All these assessment tools were administered before and after the intervention. This slide shows the difference in scores for the self-assessment administered to the respondents. The graph tells us the comparison of the respondents' performance. The summary result suggests the difference in their mean scores from 3.72 to 3.82. This graph shows the pre- and post-test results in GSED phenomena on objective tests. It shows an increase in the scores for the post-tests across the 10 session plans. This table presents the paired t-test results and the essay test administered to the respondents. The result shows that there is a strong evidence that teaching intervention improves marks. This slide shows Cohen's d-effect size on the test results, comparing the pre- and post-test scores in GSED competencies of the Bucelles High School students based on essay type of test. The effect size, which is 0.65, was found to exceed Cohen's convention for a medium effect. Thus, the intervention is said to be effective. This table presents the insights and feedback of students and teachers. We have identified the common themes and the particular outputs of the students. We have also quoted their answers during the interview that we conducted. The issues are more on government and social concerns. The students suggested and commented on each issue. The other 2 slides following this current presentation also show the common themes, the student outputs, and their responses and the teacher's reflection. This is the continuation of the table on insights and feedback of students and teachers involved in the phenomenon-based learning. This is the last part of the table presented. Based on the results of the study, we have arrived at the following conclusions. The proposed phenomenon-based learning interventions integrating global citizenship are appropriate, flexible for integration, relevant to the curriculum, and significant, as reflected on the results. Second, the implementation of phenomenon-based learning interventions is effective. Last, insights and feedback of the teacher and students strengthen the significance of integrating GSED in the curriculum. With the salient findings and conclusions, the following recommendations are made. Number 1, GSED can be integrated into the curriculum of Bucel's high school department. Number 2, phenomenon-based learning interventions can be implemented in other schools. Number 3, GSED can be adopted in all schools to help reform the Philippine educational system. That ends my presentation. Thank you for your patience in watching.
The second paper to be presented is entitled Development and Validation of Contextualized Video Logs in Grade 7 Mathematics. The presenter is Mr. Russell C. Assis.
According to Theodore Levitt, creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. Today, let me present to you a thesis entitled Development and Validation of Contextualized Video Logs or Vlogs in Grade 7 Mathematics. This is a product of thinking up new things and was able to successfully do so all for the purpose of quenching the thirst of knowing the unknown and to add new and reliable knowledge in mathematics teaching and learning. The outline of my presentation is anchored in the acronym VLOG or VLOG. V for Vital Grounds or the Introduction, L for Leading Edge or the Innovation and Procedures, O for On Track or Findings and Conclusions, and G for Going Forward or Recommendations. Let us start with the introduction. The present K-12 mathematics curriculum has twin goals: critical thinking and problem solving. To attain these, teachers need to provide the learners with learning opportunities that are anchored on cooperative learning, discovery and inquiry-based learning, experiential and situated learning, reflective learning, and constructivism. This requires teachers to be more innovative and skillful in planning for instruction. It also recognizes the necessity of using appropriate tools in teaching mathematics, such as manipulatives, objects, measuring devices, calculators and computers, smartphones and tablet PCs, and internet. It is a well-structured curriculum and is student-centered. But despite its being well-structured, we cannot do away with change as it is constant. That's why managing these changes is very vital. The birth of K-12 basic education program allowed a more liberal approach in education. Innovations in teaching that are contextualized and localized makes teaching and learning more relevant and real to the learners. The dismal performance of Filipino learners to various national and international assessments led to DepEd's Sulong Edukalidad, a program that aimed to implement aggressive reforms to improve the country's quality of basic education. But the emergence of an unprecedented emergency, the COVID-19 pandemic, led to DepEd's Learning Continuity Plan, allowing distance learning modality to be the new normal in delivering instruction. These changes squeezed and brought out our creative juices as teachers. Although most of us strive to develop ideas, our compassion for teaching obliged us to search for new ways to solve problems, and since we work together in synergy, we will because we can. The twin goals of mathematics education in the Philippines is to produce critical thinkers and problem solvers. To attain these goals, we as teachers adopt and adapt to the new normal. The use of multimedia allows learners to connect to different sources of learning, thus making learning more relevant and gives them opportunity to check on his own progress and step up amidst changes in the landscape of education. This foundation serves as formwork, scaffold, or mold of the learners. Now let me proceed to the innovation and procedures. The innovation that I chose, or the instructional materials that I developed, are in the form of vlogs, or video log. Vlogs have been described as user-generated videos of short duration that are distributed online where others may view, subscribe, or comment on them. Why vlog? Because according to Anil in 2016, it improves learning. Carman in 2016 stated that videos longer than 10 minutes impeded the effectiveness of videos. That's why the vlogs that I developed are within 5 to 10 minutes duration only. Snelson, on the other hand, in 2015, reiterated that video log or vlogs helps learners connect with others. Barman et al. In 2013 stated that videos were effective for teaching simpler math concepts to students, and it provides valuable learning experience for them. Now, on the process, I utilize a descriptive developmental method of research. I utilized the results of the survey on the least mastered competencies in grade 7 mathematics based on the post-test at the end of the school year 2019-2020 to describe the current situation of the grade 7 mathematics students in the schools division of Ligao City. Using the ADDIE model, I analyzed the least mastered competency, subtasked it, conducted planning, and started the development of the contextualized video logs or vlogs. It involves now the analysis, design, and development. The vlogs are in the 4 A's. It followed the 4 A's in teaching mathematics as its format, after which it was after the implementation and evaluation through curricular validation of the video logs, the data analysis and interpretation followed. The output, again, are contextualized video logs in grade 7 mathematics. The developed contextualized vlogs were encapsulated in Kasamath, an advocacy program that aims to help students learn math in a different learning environment and more relevant to learning experience. It also aims to give teachers opportunity to have new ways of presenting math lessons. These vlogs can be viewed through the YouTube channel, Kasamath, or through the Google Drive link. Here are the significant findings and conclusions. Here are the significant findings and conclusions. Number 1, there were least mastered competencies in grade 7 mathematics for school year 2019-2020. 6 or 50% of the 12 mathematics coordinators indicated performing operations on rational numbers as the top least mastered competency. Number 2, 8 contextualized video logs were developed. The content of the vlogs were the subtask scales from the top least mastered competency. Each vlog followed 4 A's in teaching mathematics, activity, analysis, abstraction, and application as the format. Number 3, the vlogs were validated according to its content, instructional, and technical qualities. The highest weighted mean of 4.76 was obtained by content quality, while the lowest is a weighted mean of 4.53 for technical quality. All criteria were very evident in the vlogs with a general weighted average of 4.65. Number 4, all the errors were not present with a general weighted average of 4.47. It can be noted that the lowest weighted mean is on the grammatical and/or typographical errors. Friends, here are the conclusions. Number 1, the top least mastered competency in grade 7 mathematics for school year 2019-2020 is in performing rational operations on rational numbers. Number 2, the instructional materials developed were vlogs to improve the least mastered competencies. Number 3, the vlogs developed were curricularly valid as validated by 37 experts and teachers. Number 4, improvements in grammar and on typographical errors should be made. Going forward, for the recommendations, number 1, other least mastered competencies should also be considered in making instructional materials. Number 2, aside from vlogs, other platforms such as TikTok, podcasts, radio-based instruction, and TV-based instruction can be used to develop instructional materials that will help improve the least mastered competencies in mathematics. Number 3, the developed vlog should be validated by the Schools Division Office of Ligao, LRMDS, for possible adoption as division instructional materials. Also, future researchers are encouraged to come up with other vlogs or use other teaching platforms that can enhance or improve performance in mathematics. And number 4, improvements on content, facts, technical, and other possible errors should be made. For the suggested topics for future researches, the effectiveness of video vlogs or vlogs in enhancing the performance in mathematics. Intensive math program for incoming grade 7 students, effective in bridging the gap between elementary and junior high school mathematics. TikTok-based instruction, its efficacy in improving students' process skills. Before I rest my case, let me read this quote. Create a culture of innovation in the schools. Accept that there will be many successes and some failures, but those failures will drive even more success. Let us not be afraid to fail. Let us embrace imperfections, because it is through loving perfectly and imperfect that we can truly find genuine success. Thank you, and God bless us all.
The next paper is entitled Institutional Global Citizenship Education, Framework and Action Plan for Bicol University, Rebecca Rosario Bercasio and Ares Piz Perez. Good day, everyone. My name is Rebecca Rosario Bercasio from Bicol University, Philippines. I am delighted to share with you my study entitled Institutional Global Citizenship Education, Framework and Action Plan for Bicol University. My presentation will include background of the study, objectives, methodology, results, conclusion, and recommendations. Global citizenship refers to a sense of belonging to a broader community and a common humanity. It emphasizes political, economic, social, and cultural interdependency and interconnectedness among the local, the national, and the global. Global Citizenship Education, or GCED, is a framing paradigm which encapsulates how education can develop the knowledge, the skills, the values, and attitudes learners need for securing a world which is more just, peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable. According to UNESCO, global citizenship education is based on the 3 domains of learning: the cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral. These correspond to the 4 pillars of learning: learning to know, to do, to be, and to live together. Global citizenship education is explicitly covered by Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 4, quality education. Integrating global citizenship is worthy because the students will be equipped with knowledge, skills, and attitudes which will allow them to become responsible, engaged, and empowered citizens who can confidently participate in various human affairs. In this study, there are 3 objectives. 1, determine the status of integration of global citizenship education in Bicol University. 2, develop a framework to mainstream global citizenship education. And 3, assess the proposed institutional GCD action plan. This study used descriptive evaluative method. The setting of the study is Bicol University Integrated Laboratory School, Elementary and High School Department, the school year 2018 to 2019. The data gathering strategies are questionnaire, focus group discussion, and informal interview. Statistical treatments used were frequency count, percentage, weighted mean, and mean. The respondents, interviewees, and key informants are the following: 10 elementary teachers and 16 high school teachers. Respondents for the GCED integration in English education, 15 elementary, high school, and college English teachers. The interviewees consisted of 10 elementary pupils, 12 high school students, 10 college students, and 10 teachers in college. Informants were 16 teachers from the 3 levels, 4 school heads, and department heads. Here are the results. In terms of status of GCED in Bicol University, teachers are generally unaware about global citizenship education. In terms of integration in English subjects or courses, majority of the teachers are also unaware about GCED and GCED integration. In terms of the proposed framework for the institutional mainstreaming of GCED in Bicol University, input, participatory process, output, and outcome model was used. Specifically, Agenda 2030 and the vision of Bicol University were considered. In particular, UNESCO Global Citizenship Education Framework, Oxfam Framework on Global Citizenship, the status of GCED in Bicol University, and the extent of GCED integration in the curriculum and co-curricular activities and practices were also considered. In order to do this framework, the following participatory processes are to be conducted: GCED audit, workshops, focus group discussions, interviews, curricular review, and juror validation. All these processes are expected to result to institutional policy on GCED, enriched curriculum integrating GCED, co-curricular activities integrating GCED, and instructional practices adhering to GCED framework. All of these outputs are expected to contribute to strengthen mainstreaming of global citizenship education, initially in English education. And as an outcome, students possess the GCED key learning attributes and are therefore considered as global citizens. This is the framework that has been formulated using input, participatory process, output, and outcome model. After formulating the framework, here is the proposed institutional GSED action plan. In the context of the globalization, which significantly affects all facets of human affairs, there is a strong need to strengthen global citizenship. This is addressed in the Agenda 2030 as one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Global citizenship refers to a sense of belonging to a broader community and a common humanity. It is a framing paradigm which encapsulates how education can develop knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes learners need for securing a world which is more just, peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable. It is a concern with the relevance of knowledge, skills, and values for the participation of citizens in and their contribution to dimensions of societal development, which are linked at the local and global levels. Guided by the GSED frameworks of UNESCO and Oxfam, it is deemed significant to start initiative since there is no national GSED framework in the Philippines. The crafting of an institutional GSED framework and of an institutional action plan will pave the way to the mainstreaming of GSED in the policies, curriculum, and practices in the academe. The goals of the institutional GSED action plan are the following. Propose institutional policy on GSED mainstreaming. Enhance the teachers and pre-service teachers' knowledge and competence in GSED. Enhance the GSED cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral competencies of students. Develop and validate lesson exemplars and instructional materials integrated with GSED objectives, themes, topics, and tasks. Align and/or implement co-curricular activities according to the GSED framework. The proposed institutional GSED action plan addressed 5 key issues, which are the following. 1, absence of institutional policy on GSED mainstreaming in the different levels. 2, lack of teachers' awareness, knowledge, and competence on GSED. 3, absence of formal, explicit mainstreaming of GSED in the courses. 4, lack of materials for GSED mainstreaming. More specifically, locally produced and contextualized instructional materials. 5, need for strengthening GSED mainstreaming in extracurricular activities of students. The proposed framework was subjected to assessment by selected jurors. According to the results, the proposed framework was highly satisfactory in terms of purpose, concepts covered, application of the framework, use of academic language, and paradigm. It was found to be satisfactory in terms of context of the framework, details of the framework, and clarity of thought. The proposed institutional GSED action plan was based on validated framework for the institutional mainstreaming of GSED. It addressed the key issues. It included features such as the rationale, goals and objectives, activities, strategies, resources and support, responsible persons, timeline, measure of success, and monitoring scheme. The proposed institutional GSED action plan was rated as highly satisfactory by the validators. Based on the findings, the following conclusions are made. 1. There are no existing written or formal policies related to global citizenship education yet in Bicol University. 2. GSED integration in curriculum, co-curricular activities, and practices of teachers are implicit and informal across levels. 3. The proposed framework for institutional mainstreaming of GSED considers global GSED frameworks and institutional vision and serves as a basis for preparing the institutional GSED action plan. And last, the proposed GSED action plan can aptly serve as a guide for the institutional mainstreaming of GSED. Considering these conclusions, the following recommendations are made. 1. Formulation of GSED institutional policy. 2. Use of the proposed framework for the institutional mainstreaming of GSED. And last, consider the institutional GSED action plan in the university planning and in the curricular innovations in Bicol University. That ends my presentation on Global Citizenship Education Institutional Framework and Action Plan for Bicol University. Thank you all for listening. The last paper for this session is entitled Implementation of Online Learning Modality Among Grade 10 English Classes at Pag-asa National High School and Evaluation. The researcher is Roslyn Haushen.
I am super excited to have you here. Excited about the information we'll get to have today. And that's exactly what is this all about. That's why I need you to stay present. To start with, let me introduce myself. I am Roslyn T. Haushen, a secondary school teacher of Legazpi City National High School, formerly Pag-asa National High School, Rawis, Legazpi City, Albay Province, Region 5, Philippines. The coronavirus disease, or the COVID-19 pandemic, is a devastating health-related situation. Students and teachers around the world were prohibited to have a face-to-face learning session. Pag-asa National High School has launched an online learning program for all year levels in the school year 2020-2021. I was excited to introduce a new and attentive group of students on my first day as a teacher in a regular public school. I arrived with my PowerPoint presentation on my laptop and the day's lesson prepared, and I was able to communicate and connect with my students right away. In terms of energy and enthusiasm, my first day of online teaching was quite consistent. I finished my lesson for the day, and I was excited to meet my students. I, on the other hand, found myself waiting for my students to engage in conversation with me. The silence bothered me at first. Why weren't they coming to me to learn everything I had to teach them. This marked the beginning of a shift in learning methods at the school where I was placed. This was when the idea for this study came to me. Implementation of online learning delivery modality among grade 10 English classes at Pag-asa National High School, an evaluation. Nichols 2020 stated that the Philippines, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, through the Department of Education, that it will implement distance or remote learning instead of physical classes. The distance learning methods include online, modular, and lessons via radio. This statement was reported by DepEd Order Number 012, Series of 2020, entitled Adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for School Year 2020-2021 in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency. The BECLP is a package of education interventions that will address challenges brought about by COVID-19 pandemic in the education sector. The educational interventions include internal and external stakeholders in the deployment of different learning modalities, adapting the most essential learning competencies or MELCs set by the DepEd as a response of the face-to-face learning prohibition, DO number 012 series of 2020. To support the guidelines on the implementation of distance learning, Pag-asa National High School implemented the online distance learning to those students who deliberately decided to undergo online learning and modular delivery learning for those who decided to use modules. This implemented learning modalities involved the collaborative efforts of non-teaching personnel, teaching staff, parents, and community to sustain learning in the new normal. In this regard, the researcher would like to evaluate the implementation of online classes of Pag-asa National High School in line with issues and challenges encountered by the concerned persons involved. This study evaluated the online learning delivery of Pag-asa National High School. Specifically, it sought answers to the following questions. Number 1. What issues and concerns that affect the online learning delivery as encountered by parents, students, and teachers? Number 2. What is the level of effectiveness of online delivery learning classes as perceived by the parents, students, and teachers? And number 3. What program can be proposed to address the issues and concerns in the online learning delivery? This study evaluated the online classes by determining the issues and concerns that affect online learning delivery as encountered by parents, students, and teachers. Also, it determined the level of effectiveness of the implementation of online learning as perceived by the respondents, and the researcher proposed a program that can be implemented to address issues encountered by the cited key players of the online learning. To answer the research questions of this study, a 5-point Likert scale questionnaire was utilized involving 36 randomly selected respondents, employing Sloven's formula and 6 online teachers. The gathered data was treated using descriptive statistics, particularly weighted mean. For the sampling, the total population of grade 10 online classes, including their parents and teachers, was involved in this study. The respondents were randomly selected using Sloven's formula. The Sloven's formula can be presented as n equals n over times 1 plus n e2, where n is the number of samples, n is the total population, and e is the error tolerance level. Random sampling is a part of the sampling technique in which each sample has an equal probability of being chosen. A sample chosen randomly is meant to be an unbiased representation of the total population. There are 23 students, 13 parents, and 6 teachers randomly selected respondents in this study. Moving on, for the data collection, the researcher used a validated structured survey questionnaire. The conduct of the data gathering process for teachers was face-to-face, and a copy of the questionnaire was sent to the students and parents through online platform accessible to the parents and students. The data gathered in the findings of the study was considered confidential. Hence, it will only serve as basis of the enhancement of the implementation of online classes involving issues and concerns cited in this research. Descriptive statistics, specifically weighted mean, was applied in the analysis of data. Shown is the mathematical formula of weighted mean, where WM is weighted mean, and then the sum of responses, and N is the number of respondents. This study investigated the issues and concerns that affect the online learning delivery of parents, students, and teachers. Also, the level of effectiveness of online delivery learning as perceived by the respondents was also determined. The proposed programs that can enhance the implementation of online delivery learning in the future will be presented as outcome of the study. Issues and concerns that affect the online learning delivery, namely, for the parents, computer literacy, financial concerns. For the students, computer literacy, time management, isolation, gadget-related. For the online class teachers, computer literacy level, internet connectivity, technology support. For the level of effectiveness of the implementation of online classes, these are the considerations. Level of effectiveness of online classes as perceived by parents. And then letter B, level of effectiveness of online classes as perceived by students. And last but not the least, level of effectiveness of online classes as perceived by teachers. Proposed program to address the issues and concerns in the implementation of online classes are as follows. Results revealed issues and concerns that should be addressed in the implementation of online classes of Pag-asa National High School. The summary of results revealed that parents have concerns on computer literacy and financial issues. These concerns involved not enough knowledge in ICT and lack of budget to buy laptop. This matter can be alleviated if the local government can implement a computerization program providing students with laptops and internet connections as other local governments have done in their constituents. Another, with regards to issues and concerns of students, 3 issues were noted such as computer literacy, time management, and isolation. Concerns involved lack of experiences in using computer, not following weekly home learning plan, the reason they work under pressure, and boredom since they are used to working with the presence of teachers and classmates and being confined at home as their learning environment are some of the concerns that affect online classes. Issues and concerns involving computer literacy can be addressed with the availability of computer units since constant use of this gadget can help students develop necessary skills. Time management concerns can be addressed with the constant monitoring of parents on the compliance of weekly home learning plan. Boredom due to isolation can be addressed with the constant follow-up of teachers, being connected virtually with classmates, friends, and teachers. Support group is very important to reduce feeling of isolation. This can be done with the presence of good internet connectivity. Another thing to consider, Teachers, on the other hand, have concerns on internet connectivity. The poor internet signal forced teachers to provide their own internet connection when necessary to effectively conduct online classes. This issue can be solved when computerization program of the government will be intensified along with the internet connectivity rehabilitation program. For my recommendations based from the research, these are as follows. Similar research can be conducted using the same instrument but involving other grade-level online classes. Next, in the implementation of online classes, internet connectivity should be secured first to lessen the concern of teachers in conducting online lessons. Another, online classes can be implemented in a wider scale due to its perceived effectiveness by implementing better computerization program of the government. The fourth one, the local government must be aware that in the new normal, technology support among students must be given utmost importance so that students can be encouraged to take online learning delivery. And number 5, last but not the least, the school administrators should look into the result of this study for proper program implementation pertaining to computerization in mental health. I was a part of the first virtual completion of grade 10 students' school year 2020-2021 ceremony. I witnessed youngsters share their stories with one another and celebrate their accomplishments as a group, seemingly unconcerned that their educational path had taken a detour. I'm a proponent of online education. I've witnessed its achievements, believe in its promise, and I'm aware of its problems. I'm not the only one. Thousands of other teachers and professionals, educators, have had similar excellent experiences all over the country. After seeing firsthand how online classes have positively influenced young people's lives, I feel that it is a matter of when, not if, online education becomes the new standard for normative learning.
Okay, friends, that ends the session number 2, Curriculum and Innovation, and we are now ready for the open forum. Let us take a look at some of the feedback and comments in the chat box. We noted a lot of requests to have the materials and the presentations. We assure the participants that if you register in the daily attendance, the organizers will send you the complete package of the presentations and materials. Let us take a look at some of the other comments. There are messages of appreciation for all the presenters, also the plenary speaker earlier, if you are just joining us. The plenary talk was on fostering gender equality. The talk focused on different instructional materials developed by the faculty in Greece, considering European Union standards. And this afternoon, we listened to 4 completed research, 2 papers on global citizenship education, 1 paper focusing on the development of video logs in math, and another paper focusing on the implementation of online learning modality in a public school in Legazpi City. Do we have some questions from our participants in the Zoom room or from our viewers or listeners in the Facebook live streaming. We do understand some time delay in the Facebook live streaming, but we can take a look at some of the comments. There are viewers who are sending their messages of appreciation. Also other viewers who are expressing their intent to share their completed studies also, perhaps in the next conference. We still have viewers from Marikina City, for example, from Masbate Province, from Palawan, from different islands of the Philippines. For example, we have here, as a teacher who is a member of LGBT community, I really do appreciate this discussion. Thank you for enlightenment, Madam. Still watching from Santa Cruz National High School of Naga City, Bicol. Is referring to the plenary talk on fostering gender equality in EFL teaching, but also in other disciplines. So there you go, friends. Some of the comments in the Facebook live streaming and also the comments in the chat box. Perhaps I can request the presenters who are present in the Zoom room right now to turn on their cameras. Perhaps I can start the discussion by asking our presenters, can you please tell us what was the most challenging part in conducting your study? This is to give idea to the other teachers who may want to conduct similar type of studies. May I call on our researcher from Ligao City Division, Mr. Russell C. Assis. And maybe we proceed next to our researcher from Legazpi City Division, Madam Roslyn Haushan and Madam Rotessa A. Adornada. Let's start with Sir Russell. We give the floor now to Sir Russell. Please
sorry.
unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. So again, the greatest challenge po in doing the vlogs, number one is on getting the people to do it. Kasi I'm so camera shy. So that's one of the problems. I'm not into doing vlogs, but I was challenged by my panel members to do it, but I bartered. I asked them if only on the first part, and I'll be asking for some of my students to do it. And luckily, most of my students would want to be part of the vlog. The second challenge is on how the students would accept it, because they are not used to having vlogs containing lessons in math. Kasi usually, yung vlogs na alam nila, yung mga for an entertainment purposes. Parang may apprehension sila pag math lesson na eh. Parang ang sa isip nila, boring yan. Kaya I really saw to it na 5 to 10 minutes lang yung mga vlogs para yung attention span nila nandun pa din from start to finish. So those were the two challenges, but luckily na overcome ko po yan, and I was able to make those 8 vlogs in grade 7 mathematics. And up to now, ginagamit ko po siya sa lesson ko, and the students are asking for more. Hopefully po, makagawa pa ulit ako sa ibang lessons naman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I just reiterate what he mentioned? So if you think you lack some technological skills or some confidence in facing the camera, like you are shy, you don't feel that you deserve to be in front of the camera, like me also most of the time, then we can address this issue by collaborating with people who can help us. And about the inhibition of the students or the possible clients or participants of a study, it's just a matter of connecting with them and explaining the purpose of the undertaking. That way, we will be able to address the issues. Thank you once again, Sir Russell. May I now proceed to Madam Rotessa? Can you also tell us the most challenging parts and what did you do to still complete the study? Madam Rotessa, you now have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Becky. Good afternoon, participants from all over the Philippines and the world. Okay, I'd like to tell you something about my experience regarding the research that we conducted. So far, the challenge that I encountered in conducting the research in GSED was the number of class disruptions that we had. Supposedly, we had to conduct the intervention for 10 days only, but because of so many class disruptions, it took us, I guess, less than a month to finish the intervention. That's it, Dr. Becky.
Yeah, that is noted. So in educational experiments, there are instances when we only set a certain period for the intervention. However, there are things beyond the control of the researcher or researchers, and that should be reported properly because there could be some moderating factors that will affect the final results. I am waiting for Madam Roslyn to turn on her camera, but while waiting for her, I saw a question here, and I think this is for all the presenters. How can we use your innovations to reach out to our rural learners who lack access to technology? So my presentation was not on technology, but to respond to this, before I give the floor to the two other presenters, we can have the offline presentation of these materials, for example. So perhaps there is only one available laptop or computer in one classroom, and you can save the materials already and use it in an offline mode. That way, these materials, say the video log, may still be useful in the far-flung areas. For the materials related to GSED, of which I am also a part of, for phenomenon-based learning materials, these are available in the printed form also. Although there are materials such as videos and PowerPoint presentations, which are part of the package, these curriculum guides, lesson plans or session plans, activity sheets, worksheets, and many others are available in conventional formats. So they may be printed and they may be used in the far-flung areas where there is no internet connection or there is only a few available devices for teachers' use and students' use. May I now give the floor to Sir Russell to add some more, respond to the question that I have just read. Sir Russell, how do we make use of your innovations in the far-flung areas for the benefit of the rural learners?
Okay, so hello. Actually, I'm teaching in an upland barangay high school in Ligao, and I was able to use these vlogs because most of the students have actually internet access now. And for those with no internet access, that's what I'm planning also to do offline sharing of the vlogs through different platforms such as the Share It. And maybe I can give also copies to every barangays so that it can be shown through their television. And right now kasi hindi pa kami makagalaw because of the current situation. So right now, dun muna kami sa Messenger. That's the good thing about very short videos, 5 to 10 minute videos. Kaya siya sa Messenger, unlike those that are like mga 30 minutes na videos.
Thank you very much, Sir Russell. May I give the floor to Madam Rotessa if you'd like to add some more to the responses already presented.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Just like Dr. Becky has actually said a while ago, we did develop printed materials, e-copies of the materials, videos, which can actually be used whether you're actually using synchronous mode or synchronous mode of teaching. So there wouldn't be any problem in the utilization of these materials. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, that is noted. Now, may I take a look at the chat box? I saw some very interesting messages from our participants. Thank you very much, facilitators and presenters, for this very knowledgeable conference. It's a fruitful day indeed. Thank you for the validation to the work that we do. Congratulations, fellow researchers and scholars, for valiantly sharing your study in this spectacular virtual research conference. Thank you, Dr. Son Bibar. We hope you can join us in our next conference also. Congratulations for presenting a very relevant research innovation. Also from one of our presenters, to whom we are going to listen to in the next sessions, Christian Brilliant. Okay, so that ends our open forum. We are now showing on the forum. We are now showing on the certificate of commendation to the presenters. So we have here certificate of commendation awarded to Raselsi Assis, and recognition of his noteworthy participation as presenter of the research paper entitled Development and Validation of Contextualized Video Logs in grade 7 mathematics during the 2021 Conference on Education, International Conference on Education Innovations and Community Development, held on October 28 to 30, 2021 via Zoom and Facebook live streaming. Arnulfo M. Mascarenhas, President 4. SUC President. And the same certificate is awarded to all the presenters. Miss Rotessa A. Adornado, and Miss Roslyn T. Haushan. Thank you, dear presenters, and congratulations. We assure our participants that everyone who registered in the daily attendance form will be provided with a complete package of presentations from the plenary speakers and the presenters. So please don't forget to click the link and register for the daily attendance. We are now ready to move on to the last session for the day, research presentation session number 3. Educational policy and management, and under this we will have 4 research papers. Take note that education is a field in human affairs that needs directions towards transformation and development. It is therefore important that we have a system to keep it operating properly. So there must be policies and management innovations in order to ensure that the system is working properly and addressing the needs of the clients. Today, we are going to listen to 4 completed research papers, and we are now ready to have the first one, the use of appreciative inquiry in the development of a mentoring program for beginning teachers. Presenter is Dr. Joan Concepcion Alejo from St. Agnes Academy, Incorporated, Legazpi City.
Good day, everyone. I am Joan C. Alejo, and I would like to share to everyone my study on the use of appreciative inquiry in the development of a mentoring program for beginning teachers. This study was inspired by a quote from Donald Miller stating that behind every successful person, there is one elementary truth. Somewhere, someway, someone cared about their growth and development. We were all new in our workplace once, and when we were there, the true battle began. We are grateful for people who were there with us every step of the way, making us what we are. And so, we ought to pay it forward for the future generations by producing 21st century educators. The purpose of this study was to identify the competences of beginning teachers and develop a mentoring program for them using the appreciative inquiry approach, and the product was a mentoring program for beginning teachers. The study was descriptive, qualitative in nature, and employed the focus group discussion, one-on-one interview, and survey questionnaire, and an evaluation tool for the stakeholders and questionnaire were used to validate the mentoring program. The study focused on answering the following questions. What are the competencies of the beginning teachers along instructional planning, instructional delivery, assessment and evaluation, classroom management, social interaction, and attitude and beliefs towards teaching? The second problem sought to answer the aspirations of beginning teachers in terms of personal growth, professional development, institutional support, and school culture. Also, the study answered the question, what mentoring program may be designed for beginning teachers based on their competencies and aspirations, and what is the assessment of the proposed mentoring program by concerned stakeholders? The study was anchored on the appreciative inquiry approach framework. Appreciative inquiry, or AI, is a strengths-based positive approach to leadership development and organizational change. AI can be used by individuals, teams, organizations, or at the societal level in each case. It helps people move forward a shared vision for the future by engaging others in strategic innovation. It involves 4 phases, namely discover, dream, design, and destiny or deliver. In the discovery phase, beginning teachers were taken into a journey of identifying their strengths and the best experiences they had so far in their teaching experience. They have shared the best moments of their teaching life. With these experiences, the second stage, which is the dream phase, beginning teachers were then probed to express their dream of a vision of how these best experiences can be sustained and contribute to their growth. They were led to envision what they can contribute to create a better school and system for everyone. They were guided to propose ideals and programs that would strengthen what they already have in the creation of a program that will reinforce them through the third stage, which is the design phase. It is here where they were able to freely express their ideas on concrete and realistic plans to trigger more best experiences. It is in this stage also where the design of the mentoring program was extracted from beginning teachers according to the areas for development and enhancement. Finally, the final stage, which is the delivery phase, affirmation of the design plans and programs was done. Their contribution and the sustainability of the product of the design phase was enumerated and further discussed. It is in this stage where they were able to identify their roles and responsibilities in the successful implementation of their suggested programs and plans. This shared vision of the future is what makes the mentoring program promising. The study found out the following. Beginning teachers are competent in connecting lessons to relevant life experiences but lack competency along other areas. They still lack competency along instructional delivery, and this area needs to be developed and enhanced. Beginning teachers are competent in maintaining accurate records of student achievement and returning check papers and related records promptly. They are competent in checking assignments, tests, projects, and other requirements, showing concern for advisory and other students' welfare, and supervises classroom routines. Beginning teachers are competent in consulting with authorities and fellow teachers for professional assistance. They are competent in attending professional growth opportunities and committing to attain the school's vision and mission. For their aspirations, beginning teachers aim to develop their skills and improve their teaching competencies along growth, professional development, institutional support, and school culture. Along personal growth, beginning teachers express their desire to master their craft as a teacher, their willingness to learn and be trained, and their dream along spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical growth. Along professional development, beginning teachers seek to finish postgraduate studies and awareness of effective ideas and techniques and approaches in teaching, ability to adapt, vary and combine approaches, and be reflective. Along institutional support, they express their appeal to be sent to trainings and seminars and be mentored and guided as they continue their careers as educators. And as for school culture, they aim to teach in a school where unity and support is fostered and abundant among the members of the community. The proposed mentoring program for beginning teachers featured the use of appreciative inquiry in its development. The 4D cycle of discover, dream, design, and deliver was employed in the creation of the program. It features a facilitator's manual which will serve as a guide on the conduct and implementation of the program. The program is developmental in nature so as to assess the performance of beginning teachers. The assessment made by the stakeholders revealed that the objectives, content, activities, strategies, and design of the proposed program are highly acceptable. And the following conclusions were deduced. Beginning teachers lack competencies in terms of instructional planning, instructional delivery, assessment and evaluation, classroom management, social interaction, and attitude and beliefs towards teaching. Therefore, venues where they will be developed in these competencies must be provided. Aspirations of beginning teachers lead towards their personal and professional growth. These must be supported by the institution in order to develop a culture of support and belongingness for their continuous growth and development. There should be a continuous support for beginning teachers in developing their competencies, one of which is the implementation of a mentoring program designed for them. Evaluation of programs by concerned stakeholders plays a vital role in assessing the effectiveness and acceptability of programs to be implemented in school. The product of the study is being implemented in our school, and modifications and contextualization were made to adapt to distance learning. No pandemic can seize the continuity of the program. It is developmental in nature and comes with a facilitator's manual for guidance and smooth implementation and evaluation. The manual contains the salient parts essential to conducting the activities incorporated in the program, which includes the activity title, the time, the objectives, the facilitator, the materials needed, and the procedure. It also features what is expected from each activity in order to properly evaluate its conduct. An evaluation form for the activity is also conducted and included so that appraisal may be done for further improvement of the activities and the program as a whole. Here's a glimpse on how the study was conducted and its implementation. The study recommends that continuous enhancement of competencies of beginning teachers must be included in the program to monitor their progress and development. A regular dialogue with beginning teachers should be done in order to look into their aspirations. Appropriate venues for gathering ideas and thoughts of beginning teachers must be done in order to gauge their feelings and suggestions. The proposed mentoring program may be implemented by different private and Catholic institutions applied according to the structure and culture of the school. Mentoring programs for beginning teachers should be given priority when it comes to faculty development. The stakeholders' role in validating and evaluating programs should always be reflected. As Stephen Covey said in his book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, we must begin with the end in mind, so that everything we do will lead us there. If we want to produce 21st century learners, we start with our beginning teachers by training them to become 21st century educators. Thank you and have a great day.
The second paper for session number 3 is entitled Promoting Lifelong Learning Through Institutionalization of Community Engagements of Students in Bicol University, and the researcher is Rebecca Rosario Bercasio. Greetings, everyone. My name is Rebecca Rosario Bercasio from Bicol University, Philippines. It is my pleasure to share with you my study entitled Promoting Lifelong Learning through institutionalization of community engagements of students in Bicol University. The academe constantly evolves to respond to the needs of the society at present and in the future. As a socially engaged institution, the academe serves as a training ground of future leaders and professionals who are capable of generating knowledge and innovations towards the common good. It is therefore important to give emphasis on authentic and active learning that goes beyond the classroom. In this presentation, I will talk about the background of the study, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusions, and recommendations. Among the strategic options to cater to the demands of 21st century education for authentic and active learning is emphasis on community engagement. Community engagement refers to all negotiated and dynamic partnerships between the university and a community, which is practiced through varied initiatives in teaching and learning, research, and extension. It also refers to a collaboration between the university and communities for beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources in the context of partnerships and reciprocity. This study attempted to attain four objectives. One, validate a framework for the mainstreaming of community engagement. Two, design guidelines integrating the effective policies and the good practices on immersion and practicum. Third, determine the alignment of the proposed guidelines to 21st century framework of education, university institutional learning outcomes, and principles of lifelong learning. And fourth, assess the proposed policy as a mechanism for promoting lifelong learning in the context of inclusive development. This study is a qualitative research. It is descriptive and developmental, and it also used documentary analysis. Among the data gathering strategies are documentary analysis, focus group discussions, key informants interviews, and critiquing of outputs by stakeholders through concerned committee and council. The key informants were extension coordinators, college student council advisors, student affairs services coordinators, department chairs, and deans. This study was conducted in Bicol University in 2018 to 2019. For the framework for the mainstreaming of community engagement, it is stated that community engagement is interspersed in the threefold mandates of the university: instruction, research, and extension. Its dynamics considers the dictates of ethics, the institutional vision and mission, the program standards, as well as the approaches appropriate for community-engaged pedagogy. This engagement is founded on strong principles that speak of scholarship, integration of the mandates of the university, attainment of institutional learning outcomes, and mutual partnership with the community. A well-grounded community engagement of both the students and the faculty, implemented in a context that values and fosters real inclusivity, is expected to the attainment of community engagement core competencies, which are the following: critical thinking, integrative and problem-solving skills, social consciousness and civic responsibility, respect for diversity and inclusivity, local, global, and intercultural comprehension, innovative and creative skills, communication and collaborative skills, and professionalism. The students and the faculty who attain these community engagement core competencies become lifelong learners who are considered as global citizens. The implementation of community engagement, therefore, brings on inclusive development which benefits both the people involved, the institution, and the community at large. This proposed framework can be illustrated in this paradigm. For the second objective, the guidelines on community engagement, integrating the effective policies and the good practices related to immersion and practicum, we are able to draft a policy composed of the following parts: preamble, purpose, scope, legal basis, community engagement framework, which I have presented earlier, principles, definitions, community engagement core competencies, community engagement activities, general rules, ethics, and repealing clause. Since the proposed community engagement policy is lengthy, I will present sample provisions only. For instance, I have chosen the principles as shown in this slide. The provisions specifically say, the university's steadfast support to community engagement is anchored on the following principles. Community engagement is a form of scholarship. 2, it is integrated in instruction, research, and extension. It is a tool for attaining the institutional learning outcomes and in molding lifelong learners as agents of development and transformation. It is a mutually beneficial partnership between the university and a community. It is a strategy to establish relevance and impact of the university. It is a strategy to develop global citizens who are capable of addressing issues and challenges through social innovation. And last, community engagement, if long-term, is a strategy to promote self-reliance and sustainability and not to foster dependence on the university. Other sample provisions can be seen in this slide. The specific provision is entitled Community Engagement Core Competencies. The community engagement core competencies are anchored on the university vision of producing leader and change agents for social transformation and development, the university institutional learning outcomes, as well as on global citizenship education framework. These CECC are addressed by the different community engagement activities and therefore shall form part of the competencies to be addressed by the different types of community engagement activities. There are 7 community engagement core competencies, which I already mentioned when I presented the proposed community engagement framework. Other sample provisions in the proposed university community engagement policy pertain to the general rules. Here are 3 sample provisions. 1, all community engagement activities should be anchored on the community engagement core competencies and the program learning outcomes or the college, office, department, or organization's mandate or mandates respectively. 2, the specific guidelines for community engagement activities in the different programs or colleges shall be in accordance to existing relevant policies of the university or as prescribed by the relevant CHED memorandum order. Those without specific guidelines shall be based on this policy and referred to the university president for appropriate action. 3, all community engagement activities should obtain approval from concerned office or offices. All credit-based community engagement activities should be explicitly stated in the approved course program or syllabi. All non-credit-based community engagement activities should be approved either as a standalone or as part of a program or project of a student organization, faculty, department, office, college, or university by appropriate authorities. On this slide, you can see the documentation of the workshop on the analysis of syllabi in terms of student community engagement, as well as the presentation of the proposed university policy on student community engagement during the Administrative Council meeting. For objective number 3, alignment of the proposed community engagement guidelines to 21st century framework of education, university institutional learning outcomes, and principles of lifelong learning. Results show that the proposed community engagement policy is fully aligned in 6 specific 21st century skills and partially aligned to 5 specific 21st century skills. Also, the proposed community engagement policy is found to be fully aligned to the 4 institutional learning outcomes of Bicol University. Findings also show that the proposed community engagement policy is fully aligned to the 3 features of lifelong learning and partially aligned to the 2 features. The 3 features are the following. 1, awareness of the fact that valuable learning takes place beyond HEI. Understanding learning as a continuous need of individuals throughout their lives. And recognizing that a learning society and a learning organization are better alternatives to deal with such changes. Also, results reveal that the proposed community engagement policy is fully aligned to 2 of the fundamental principles of lifelong learning, which are centrality of the learners and high quality and relevance, and partially aligned to 1 principle, which is equality of opportunity. For objective number 4, looking at the proposed university community engagement policy as a mechanism to promote lifelong learning, you can see on table 5 that the objectives of lifelong learning include personal fulfillment, active citizenship, social inclusion, and employability and adaptability. On the second column, you can see the 7 community engagement core competencies, which are critical thinking, integrative and problem-solving skills, social consciousness and civic responsibility, respect for diversity and inclusivity, local, global, and intercultural comprehension, innovative and creative skills, communication and collaborative skills, and professionalism. The objectives of lifelong learning and the proposed community engagement core competencies have contiguousness and commonality. Also, the different community engagement activities either directly attain 1 or combination of lifelong learning objectives, or indirectly attain one or combination of lifelong learning objective or objectives. Therefore, we can take a look at the different community engagement activities either as a form of lifelong learning or as an enabler of lifelong learning. Considering these results, the following are the conclusions. The validated community engagement framework shows that community engagement is interspersed in instruction, research, and extension, and ultimately aims at producing lifelong learners who will be contributors to inclusive development. 2. The proposed university community engagement policy integrated the effective policies and good practices related to immersion, on-the-job training, community outreach, and practicum. Third, the proposed university community engagement policy is fully aligned to 21st century skills in terms of learning and innovation skills and life and career skills, to the university learning outcomes, and to the features and principles of lifelong learning. The proposed university community engagement policy has contiguousness and commonality to lifelong learning. The community engagement activities either serve as a form of lifelong learning or as enabler of lifelong learning. Considering these conclusions, these are the salient recommendations. Revise the proposed university community engagement policy and submit to concerned authorities for approval. Disseminate the proposed university community engagement policy to different stakeholders. That ends the presentation on community engagement. Let us remember the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Thank you very much for viewing. We now proceed to the third research paper entitled Sustainability of the Department of Education Computerization Program Among Public Secondary Schools in Region 3. The presenter is Ms. Grace Laok Ventura.
A godly day to all. I am Dr. Grace Laok Ventura, currently a junior high school teacher at Victoria National High School, Victoria, Tarlac. First, I am grateful for this opportunity and likewise my appreciation to the organizer, the Bicol University Center of Excellence International Conference on Education, Innovation and Community Development 2021, which will be held on October 28 to 30. For accommodating my papers for presentation, allow me to present with you my paper entitled Sustainability of Department of Education Computerization Program Among Public Secondary School in Region 3. The United Nations declared the Millennium Development Goals, Developing Goals in 2000. Millennium Developing Goals cited the benefits of new trends in technologies, especially information and communication technologies are available. Today, technology is delivering greater access to current data and knowledge for instructional use. The milieu of past technological growth, information and communication technology have urged our redefinition of time and space. Information and communication technology has been the dynamic force of economic growth and continues to spur the globalization of the economy. The extension range of technological advancement viewed to be appropriate for society. ICT can be extending learning opportunities to learners. The Department of Education recognized this importance and been working on making all schools have access to information and communication technology through the DepEd computerization program. It provides the public schools with appropriate technologies that would boost the teaching learning process and meet the 21st century. The government and then the educational system accepted the newly modifications to cater the needs of most public elementary and secondary school. Implementation of the DepEd computerization program is one of these. Integrating computers in the school curriculum is essential for school-aged children to learn better through technology. Technology integration in education inspire positive changes in teaching method on an international level. The Department of Education computerization program has been implemented in stages in different schools. Eventually, it is expected all schools will have computer lab which are equipped with the latest computers with local area networking capability and internet. Technology is nothing without the teacher's knowledge in utilization of computers. Thus, teachers should be more knowledgeable to be able to teach the learners of today's advancement. If teachers recognize the importance of integrating technology in their teaching and obtain the professional development needed in their fields, they could become familiarized with using technology tools. Therefore, learners' learning and motivation could increase. The DepEd computerization program is substantially contributing to the department's mission of giving the equitable access to quality education for all Filipinos. Thus, it is worth distinguishing what intervention and programs can be done to advance the DepEd computerization program through the output of this study. What is the profile of the school in terms of class size? Number of faculty per school, faculty-student ratio, facility equipment per school like the number of classroom, number of computer laboratory rooms, and number of computer units. The table reveals the profile of the DCP implementer based on the class size. The highest frequency is the 30 to 40 class size with 79 or 52.3%. And then the lowest obtained frequency is the 0 to 30 with 27 or 17.9%. Based on the number of faculty, the highest frequency is the 1 to 30 with 83 or 55%, and then the lowest frequency is 91 to 100 with 6 or 4%. Concerning the faculty-student ratio, there are 58 or 38.4% from 1:3 ratios that are highest frequency result, and while there are only 6 or 4% from the 1:5 ratio with the lowest frequency result. Moderately computer devices equipment were proven insufficient from the data gathered to cater the students' needs. As can be gleaned in table, the number of classrooms shows that the highest frequency has 127 or 84.1 was the 0 to 40, while the lowest rate with regards to the number of classrooms with 12 or 7.9% were both 41 to 80 and 81 to 100 range. Most of the respondents are in medium class size. This means that they receive one set of the DCP package to cater the students, the school small population. In the same table, the number of ELOBs was presented, and from the data given, the highest frequency is 128, which has a 84.8%, was the 0 to 2, and the lowest rate that has only 6 or 4% was the 5 to 6. The number of computer units data was also provided in this table. It shows that the highest frequency was 88, that has 58.3% was the 1 to 50 range, and then the lowest frequency with 6 or 4% has was the 101 to 200, 201 to 250 range. So in this study shows that all the respondents are a DCP recipient, and this is to prove that a school DCP recipient received one set of package that consists of 42 clients, 6 sub-hosts, 1 main host. Added to this is 1 laptop, 1 speaker, 1 projector for the ICT coordinator or teacher. What is the extent of the attainment of DepEd computerization program objective as perceived by the respondent in terms of the following? The ICT package to public school. The table shows that all the indicator of the attainment of the objective of the DepEd computerization program by DCP and ICT packages. The eLab has the safe and properly insulated electrical equipment got the highest rating. The remarks of highly attained. It was given to a total weighted mean of 3.63. The eLab has installed a CCTV camera to secure room safety, got the lowest rating with the remarks of lowly attained, and it was given a total weighted mean of 2.43. This implies that the above area is highly inspected by the implementer, which is very significant in attaining the program objective. ICT integration into the teaching and learning process. Table shows that almost all the indicators of the attainment of the objective of the DepEd computerization by integration of ICT into school system, principal, school heads, and ICT teacher backing up the program. The teachers utilize e-class record and daily lab lesson had the highest total weighted mean of 4.02, rated as the highly implemented indicators. Praise the ICT literacy of learners. Table present the attainment of DepEd computerization program objectives by raising the ICT literacy of the learners. Computer-aided instructional materials are evident in teaching learning process had the highest total weighted mean of 4.09, rated as the highly attained, while the computerized diagnostic assessment is evident in assessing the learners, obtained the lowest overall weighted mean of 3.25, evaluated as the moderately implemented. What sustainability measures were implemented in the school recipient by ICT coordinators personnel? Table shows that all given indicators of implementation of sustainability measures in the school recipient by ICT coordinators, school personnel got remarks of highly implemented. This implies that the DCP recipient implemented sustainability measures for the package that they received. In-house seminar or Slack to school faculty personnel to equip them with more skills in managing the eLabs, the main priority of the school administrator to keep their teachers upgraded in the ICT technology utilization. Table shows that the given indicators of implementation, regular maintenance of the installed software of the equipment got the highest weighted mean of 3.56. The same things with the updating and upgrading the hardware and software equipment with a weighted mean of 3.50. Both have a remarks of highly implemented. This implies that the DCP implementer or the ICT coordinator with the support of the school admin are independently do their part for the proper implementation of the sustainability measures to ensure the functionality and good performance of the DCP package. Is there a significant relationship between the profile of the implementers and the extent of attainment of the DepEd computerization program? Results revealed that the extent of attainment of the DepEd computerization program was found to be positively and significantly correlated with the profile of the DCP implementers. The result is based on the significant values lower than 0.05 level. Hence, there is a sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis. This means that the implementer's profile does not affect the attainment of the DepEd computerization program implementation. Is there a significant relationship between the extent of the attainment and implementation of the DepEd computerization program? Based on the data gathered, results revealed that the DepEd computerization program's extent of attainment was found to be positively and significantly correlated with its level of implementation. Thus, the result is significant as evidenced in the values lower than 0.05 level. Hence, there is sufficient evidence to reject the high hypothesis. Moreover, the high positive correlation indicates that the high level of attainment of DepEd computerization program objectives equates to a higher level of implementation of sustainability measures in the recipient school. What is the degree of seriousness of problem encountered during the implementation of DepEd computerization program? Table shows that the indicator computers are out of data and need repair, and insufficient bandwidth or speed were considered the major problem encountered during the with its highest weighted mean width remark a highly serious. This denotes that these indicators hold the most significant challenge in the sustainability of the DCP package. Okay, what intervention measure can be proposed based on the finding of the study? The researcher used the descriptive evaluative method to evaluate the extent of the implementation of the DCP, includes the interviews, email, and online questionnaire using the Microsoft form. A research instrument is what you utilize to gather the data and information in an exceedingly qualitative field study or observation. Correlational was used to estimate the extent to which different variables are associated with each other. An interview schedule was used as an instrument in gathering the desired information. This study used a questionnaire-based quantitative research method. A survey questionnaire was used as the main data gathering instrument in this study. Data gathered are subjected to statistical treatment and summarized using the various statistical tools and analysis. The data was tabulated and analyzed employing statistical tools like frequency count and percentage, frequency count, mean frequency count and rank, Spearman row, and chi-square. This study found out that the recipient school implemented the DCP implementers profile, the extent of the attainment of DepEd computerization program, the sustainability measures, the significant relationship concerning DCP implementers profile, and then the attainment of the Department of Education computerization program. Significance difference regarding the extent of attainment and implementation of the program, and the degree of seriousness of problems encountered throughout the implementation of the DepEd computerization program. It was found out that ELAB has safe and properly insulated electrical equipment. The principal or school head extend their support for the utilization of the unit's computer-aided instructional materials are evident in the teaching-learning process. The school administrator monitors the use of the program. The DCP recipient implemented sustainability measures for the package they received. Problems seriously encountered are the following. No personnel were hired or to look after the equipment during the night. Computers were out of data and needed repair. Insufficient bandwidth or speed. Teachers need to upskill and upgrade their knowledge. Less or lack of communication concerning community and school. It is concluded that the program sustainability is not entirely implemented due to lack of equipment, inadequate knowledge and skill of teachers, irrelevant, insufficient teachers training, and upgrade the heighten their expertise in the usage of ICT equipment. Principal or school head of the DCP recipients are extending their support for the utilization of the unit to serve its desired purpose. The regular maintenance of the installed software of the equipment implies that the DCP implementer, ICT coordinator, with the support of the school admin, independently does their part for the proper implementation of sustainability measures to ensure the functionality and good performance of the DCP package. Lack of proper communication between the community and the school obtained the remarks of highly serious. It was recommended that to sustain the program, the policymaker, principal, and the department head should spring assistance and support to the ICT coordinator to meet the objectives of the program. To reduce this number of class size, the safety of the ELAB, and mainly teachers should have an opportunity to attend professional trainings, seminars, and conferences. There should be additional training for the ICT coordinator for the maintenance, repair, or troubleshooting of the DCP program equipment. The ICT coordinator must be given 1 or 2 days to diagnose and repair computer units apart from teaching load given. Have lesser teaching loads to secure, keep, and maintain the functionality of the e-laboratory equipment and ICT's technologies. Should conduct labs to educate, upgrade, and assist others. That will be all. Thank you.
The last paper for session number 3 is entitled Graduates' Experiences in the Implementation of the Doctor of Education, Doctor of Philosophy and Educational Foundations, and Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management Programs of Bicol University. The researcher is Dr. John Mark M. Mayor.
Good day to each and everyone. The three-part mission of higher education adheres to the goals of research, teaching, and service. Graduate higher education has done little to assess and understand graduate students' needs and experiences beyond the classroom. Therefore, the researcher conducted a study using data collection within time periods of implementation. The goal of the study was to better understand graduate students' overall needs and experiences related to their competency development. The title of the study, Graduate Experiences in the Implementation of Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management, PhD in Educational Foundations, and Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management Programs of Bicol University College of Education. The overall presentation includes background of the study, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and recommendations. Background of the study. Graduate education is critical to serve in-depth understanding of the field they are dealing into. These provide students with advanced learning in a specialized field or sub-discipline. Many students pursue graduate studies for the love of learning and discovery. Graduate students in their work are an important part of an ongoing research process that helps us to better comprehend the human and natural world in which we exist. This provides the human community with understanding of the natural, cultural, imaginative, social, and technological phenomena and investigating problems through the pursuit of knowledge. Graduate students are thus engaged not only in the social process that provides society with new ways of looking at the world's complexity, problems, and beauty, but in the personal quest for bettering their lives or expanding their learning and insight. Knowing the veracity in today's academic world, the role of higher education institutions cannot only be limited to impart knowledge, but also to contribute to maintain a competitive economy, and most important of all, to secure the dream of graduates to get jobs and become socially recognized and successful in their respective field of endeavors. On the other hand, one major factor and difficulty is the inability of the graduates to meet the necessary skills and competencies required by the industry. Graduate education has been the learning platform that provides various opportunities for students to engage in meaningful learning experiences for them to develop as socially responsible professionals. However, the process of graduate students' development as professionals has been rarely discussed. The Commission on Higher Education, on its CHED Memorandum Order Number 53, Series of 2007, claims that graduate education is the apex of the educational system. In the field of education, graduate studies is one of the most effective means of improving the capacities of education professionals who aim to contribute to the continued improvement of the teaching and learning in the classrooms, delivery of student services, and management of educational programs. Graduate education is also one of the most effective means of developing capacities related to doing research that will prove that educational theory and practice in the many different aspects of educational processes. One dimensions of the study One dimension of the study is that it is part of a research project on graduate tracer study under BU College of Education's graduate program. Commission on Higher Education is closely working with the industries to address especially the job mismatch among graduates. They were involved in crafting the curricula and standards and other pertinent activities. In a bid to address this growing job mismatch in the country, CHED, in collaboration with the universities all over the Philippines, mandated to conduct graduate tracer study to determine the employability of graduates based on their respective disciplines. One of the measures of performance of state universities and colleges is the employability of its graduates per DBM CHED Joint Circular Number 1, Series of 2016. This is measured by identifying the percentage of graduates employed within 2 years after graduation. Employment includes all types such as regular, contractual, underemployment, and self-employment. The degree program focus of the study are the degree programs centralized at BU College of Education under its graduate program. It is expected, therefore, to support the primary mandate of state universities and colleges, that is, to produce the required human resource for regional and national development. Hence, this study is necessary for the university to follow up its graduates and to determine whether their preparations match with the needs of the employment market. Objectives of the study. Number 1, determine the experiences in the graduate program that contribute to the graduate's competency development. Number 2, assess the degree of effectiveness, adequacy, and relevance of the Doctor of Education, PhD in Educational Foundations, and Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management as curricular program. And third one, recommend measures to enhance the curricular programs and its implementation. Materials and methods. This section discusses the corresponding protocol observed in data collection, data analysis, and interpretation. This also validates the scientific approach used in resolving the research problems of the study. The major components include research method, setting of the study, data gathering tools, statistical treatment, and sample. For the research method, it utilized descriptive research, which focused on the generated information from the data gathered. The setting of the study